there's connecting points, and those things all snap together correctly.
Pictures of myself here. I mean, that's kind of dumb. Okay, so let's keep the references up and let's start sketching, man. So let me start a new layer right here. Boom. Okay, and I'm just gonna start working like right on this page. So I probably mentioned this before, but the way I like to work is very organic, which is here's my references, here's some of my notes. I'm just gonna draw right on here. This is Photoshop after all. This is a digital software. You don't have to be like, let's start a new page, right? Let me just visually write this down. So the way I like to work is very organic, which is here's my references, here's some of my notes. I'm just gonna draw right on here. This is Photoshop after all. This is a digital software. You don't have to be like, let's start a new page, right? Let me just visually write this down. So, but the way I like to work is very organic, which is here's my references, here's some of my notes. I'm just gonna draw right on here. This is Photoshop after all. This is a digital software. You don't have to be like, let's start a new page, right? Let me just visually write this down. So.
Welcome to my channel. Me. Hello Casino, thanks. Manga drawing point 123. Said. Hello Casino, thanks. Request any drawing if you want, I will draw it.
really needs to be designed here. All I want to do is make this
Galvin1C
room a little bit bigger.
underscore
So I took a comp here, smaller
said,
room, which I like the foreground.
no.
And I kind of comp in a kind of further away one, and that's it. And just light it same as the other pieces, and we got our ROV room. Okay. So, and I want to put a little small door or some kind of area that light in, and that was planned in the sketch phase. Drink some water. You haven't drank water in the last 4 minutes. So back on teaching yourself this kind of stuff. So stay on target. Oops, just hit the marks. Like that. Stay on target, meet deadlines, and don't worry about failures. This is something.
Said,
every image you do
yay.
is going to end up as a final image somewhere. And also, don't believe every image you're doing it for the goal of posting on Facebook or on Twitter for someone else to see. This is for yourself.
Said,
you know? So
is it saying what you comment?
Who, like, get to
Galvin1C underscore
give up. They're like, oh man, it's not
said,
good. Now I cannot share on Facebook.
yet.
Nothing. It's like the whole goal of it is wrong. It's like your goal is to just finish this to share it to your friends. How about doing this to learn? You know, so what you failed. You spent 3 hours failing at something. That's
said,
3 hours you spent doing.
Good.
So you
ISI it too loud.
Even if the image is ugly. Like,
Galvin1C underscore
one you spent 3 hours and looked
said,
ugly and failed at it. Great.
nah.
Now you got 6 hours in there, right? Now do another 3 hours. Now I got 9 hours of failing. But 9 hours of failing is not failing. 9 hours you took away probably some very, very valuable information from that. So the images, yeah, hours of failing. But 9 hours of failing is not failing. 9 hours you took away probably some very valuable information. Now maybe from fourth piece. So the images, yeah, something happened. 9 hours of that image now is failing. 9 hours good. Probably still pretty crappy. Not going to very valuable. But now you're like, now maybe from fourth piece. So the images, yeah, something happened. 9 hours that image now is failing. 9 hours good. You know, even my designers I work with, which is, don't do everything thinking that the first time that you do it is gonna be the one, you know, and that
manga drawing point 123
whoa,
said,
students legitimately give up something. Like they start a project that
manga drawing point 123
and then halfway through
said,
they don't like what they're doing and just give up.
oops.
No more homework. I don't want to do this more because this is too hard, you know. And then that you see other students they go
said,
through these struggles and
okay,
make things
just let me know if the audio is loud or anything.
Succeed. Alright, so back to here, so you can see I added a little, it's not even a door, it's kind of like maybe a hole wall,
said,
like a hallway.
give it a second or so.
So who knows, these are things I can solve in 3D, that's not too hard. This room is not very hard to build in 3D as well. So as long as I have the general idea and the overall composition, I'm good, right? So because there's not much imagination here.
Galvin1C underscore
So the reason I put a big screen in
said,
front is because if it's a
will do.
film or a AAA game, we need a pretty big screen to show the audience what we're looking at. So on a tiny screen is going to give the director some limited usage of this environment. So he has to get the camera really close to show that, and we cannot show, for example, a big crowd. But again, it's subjective. It's depending on what they want.
Thanks.
So
what CS class you will have the test tomorrow /
5 people behind the screen, so the director can still capture.
Hey everybody, and welcome to another episode of Design Cinema. This is episode 62, real-time creature design. So let's just write that down right here, creature design.
Galvin1C underscore
before I jump in here, let's set up some background information
and basic
on
Python.
what we are about to do. So in terms of creature design, that's a pretty wide range of things to cover. So I'm gonna focus on a specific type of design, and that type is the little bit whimsical, a little bit over the top, kind of 50s, maybe a little bit funny kind of creature design. I think the best way to look at it are from the films such as Men in Black or say the Star Wars Cantina. Right, so they're a little bit lighthearted, a little bit whimsical, they're kind of entertaining. They're not really meant to be a creature design, say from a Discovery Channel that's supposed to dictate a creature from another a world or something like that, which has to be kind of biologically maybe more makes sense or so, right? So we're making these half character, half creature, a little bit of a character. So some of these guys might be able to act on screen. So again, I think Men in Black, the first few films, I think the third one, I haven't seen the third one, so I have no idea. But the first two, at least, there are quite a bit of whimsical characters.
What are you watching, BTW?
Speaking line. All right, so let's jump in here. So let's see what am I doing. All right, so this is real time. Nothing's being fast forward, and let's just start sketching. I'm gonna put my notes over here just for now. All right, so all right, what are we doing? Let's just scribble some stuff. All right, so real time. So design, yay. All right, jump in and just start sketching. So let's trim some that down a little bit. Using just a simple little calligraphy brush.
Yeah.
Adjust my mic.
Me. Said. Anu. Galvin 1C underscore. Said. The YouTube. Yes. Me. Said. It's absurd to only have audio for the speech chat. Me. Said. Me. Said. Damn. Galvin 1C underscore. Said. Hey, no worries. PPPOLPOL here. Said. Molo 35 pop. Me. Said. I might not be able to show it to you guys because I am afraid I get strike Agian on Twitch and YouTube. PPPOLPOL here. Said. It's okay. Galvin 1C underscore. Said. Oh. Galvin 1C underscore. Said. Anywho, what re we drawing now? Me. Said. Drawing creature.
inside there. Entertainment context, they all have a bipedal. I mean, most of them are bipedal, and they have facial features like humans. Right? They have eyes, nose, and stuff like that. Which he's got a similar form. Oh well, he works for me, I guess. Let me see. It's pretty low res right now. This is only a 3000. Let's check. It's only 3700 pixels across. 300 dpi, so it's not a very big image. So at this level, zoom it in, it's actually a pixel. The resolution
Me. Said. This will be good. Galvin1c underscore. Said. Just a sec BRB. Me. Said. Wait, it's too small, the sound. Why didn't you guys tell me, laughing face. Me. Said. Wait, it's too small, the sound. Why didn't you guys tell me, laughing face. PPPOL here. Said. I thought you were testing LUL. Said. Wait, it's too small, the sound. Me. Said. I think I will just not watching YouTube now today. Me. Said. I will try to fix it later. PPPOL here. Said. It's okay, I don't mind the background sound.
Little tentacle things, just some fun stuff for the animators to rig and to simulate. All right, cool. So let's drop this guy over here. Whoops, flip him over here. Let's move this guy a little bit out of the way. Maybe shrink him down a little bit. It's kind of big. Okay.
Me. Said.
And we have room.
Okay,
to do,
let me have you guys
one more.
listen
Let's
to
see,
this
14
guys
minutes,
then.
I guess I'll just keep recording here versus stopping. All right, let's do last one. That's let's make one that's a little weird.
Me.
Let's see. I guess
Said.
the first one's already pretty weird. But
It's guys teaching how
go
to
for
sketch
something even
creature.
more bizarre. Let's see. Scribble, 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 scribble.
Me.
Find the perspective.
Said.
Find the center
Pretty good
point,
stuff.
And draw from there. All right, what am I doing? I don't know. Whoops, there's a bug again. Let's make this one just a little bit more less humanish and make it more like a creature. If you guys are into creature design, especially the ones that are kind of more scientifically based, take a look at the this designer named Wayne Barlow. He's got some really cool stuff. I grew up with a lot of his designs when I was young, because he made a book. Forgot exactly what it's called, but it's kind of like a probe that goes out to different planets and captures aliens, like take a photo of it or something like that, in which he just drew. So this one book has so many different alien creatures in it. It was super entertaining as a young kid because you could read the bio for each one. Quite cool. And a lot of his creature designs are based off science, so they sort of have a scientific analogy behind them. So I think he has, for example, a planet that never developed eyeballs. What will the creature be like? So I think he has solutions such as they'll use sonar. So the sonar cone in front of all of them have a sonar kind of device in front of their eyes. No eyes in front of their head.
Name?
Right. It's kind of cool. It's kind of like a different way to go about creature design by changing the world around it.
Me.
Versus what I'm doing right now is just complete
FDZ School on YouTube.
Design. There's no. I'm not putting any science behind these things at all.
Good SHT.
Because again, the spec calls for that, right? We're dealing with kind of Men in Black type of situation here, or Star Wars Cantina. We can almost make up the science fact after we design it, versus before. So we're very different if you're designing for, say, something
really
like
good, even
like
though
Avatar
it's like 7-8 years
that kind
ago.
of movie, in which there's quite a bit of science involved when you're designing for a giant planet like Pandora, and you have like maybe certain kind of nitrogen intake in the air and oxygen ratios and stuff like that. Then you can start planning like, okay, what would a creature look like if that's the atmosphere of
here.
This planet? So
said Molo 35 pop.
Just need our spec just to make it look kind of cool. That's about it. Which is more fun, I think, for the designer. Well, depending on what you're doing, I guess. On a less stressful day, this would be more fun. When you're dealing with a lot of stress, the other kind of stuff could be pretty challenging. Alright, so this guy's becoming like an ant deer. That's what we'll call it, the ant deer. Because he's got the anatomy, sort of the anatomy of an ant, but it's got the posture of a deer. So let's call him the ant deer. Alright. And then let's up here make him the caterpillar. So he's like crazy lost identity creature. Alright. Let's give him some eye stalks too. What should we do with his eyes? So there's the perspective for that. Little make some noise. Alright, so you guys, last episode you see me doing that. So gotta keep myself entertained when I'm doing this, otherwise I keep too involved in talking to you guys and forget what I'm doing. So make some noise, kind of get your brain to the zone.
Me. Said.
There. That's just eye stock.
Ionit OT try caricature sometime. Liak exaggerate. Characterist of a person face.
This guy's definitely have a snail head going here. Maybe these little stalks here are for like feeding himself when he's like gorging on whatever he eats on his home planet.
PPPOL here.
Put a little bit of bone. This guy is kind of insectile.
First time hearing this name.
Insectoid-like, but I'm gonna give him some mammalian features to just make him a little bit more stronger than he seems. Let's make so this part here, like this part here, should be all like bug-like, kind of semi-transparent. And you know how bugs have these where's the center line? Here's the center line. Have like sometimes they have these little spikes and antennas sticking out the back of their abdomen. Let's put something like that too. Okay. So his butt's like way in the air. Got a little strange posture. His little support hands. Right, this guy's gonna have a little harder time acting on screen, but you never know. We could always build a face. The animators could build a face into him, and then we could go from there.
Welcome to my channel.
Let's increase his size. So let's maximize. Let me hide the layers. So move these guys. Take a look. And then maximize their. Change the scale again. Maximize their size. Let's go for the second one. Maximize his size. Right, so that way there's just more paper basically to draw at. It's digital. Digital paper is free. So this is something that we didn't have the luxury of doing back in the days. Actually, we could have. The way we did it was we photocopied it.
Wish that I can share the video, so you guys know what I am looking at.
So that these guys are now fitting. I kind of designed everybody to sort of fit nicely together on the page. they eat into each other's negative space. So during presentations, it'll look pretty nice. All right, so that's good. So this guy is looking this way, this guy's looking that way, this guy's looking back this way. I think that's a good comp. Let's try this real quick. Just want to eat up everybody's space. This is probably not the best because both of these guys are kind of insect-like, so I think I'm gonna keep them separated like this. Let's just undo those. So this guy still looks better going this way, in my opinion. Let's try this middle guy going this way instead, and this guy going this way instead. What does that give us? Okay, now why am I doing all this? This is all for a presentation, for composition. So it's not that big of a deal because you can always break these guys into individual drawings at the end of the day. So
no worries.
I'm just doing this for my own compositional sake to see like, does it look cool or not? All right, I think this is the winning comp for now. So I'm gonna save this guy. All right, so this is our rough comp, and let me just pause the video and start in part 2 in a second here. Alright, so now I'm back and I'm going to start detailing these guys. So yeah, let's just jump in. I'm going to save, so these guys are on different layers right now. So I will save these guys onto, I'll save their layers just in case I screw it up. So you can see, for example, let's start with the first one we did. Just going to make a copy of that, save the original, because I'm going to work directly off of this rough sketch. I'm not going to do an overlay at all. I'm just going to draw right on top of it. And so here's the detail layer. This is where it gets a little bit more fun because I'm going to hide the other guys as well so it doesn't confuse me. So I can just keep this guy here. Right. So we don't have too many stuff on the page. This is where it gets fun because your major forms are done. You don't have to worry about like, okay, what am I designing at this point? You sort of have it, and all you're doing right now is just detail work, which is really, really fun. If your visual library is pretty strong, you could kind of make this stuff up pretty quickly. I'm still working relatively low res, depends on how high I want to push this guy or what the end result of this might be. If my end result is a digital painting, which I probably will do, I don't know, depending on how much time I got, I guess. If I could paint this guy up as a final, I might not necessarily have to make this part super, super detailed because a painting will add in the last level detail. But having a good line art is pretty important because even if the painting, say I really suck at painting today, at least I have a drawing that hopefully wouldn't suck as bad. So it's always good to have a safety net. In this business, because we are production based, you cannot, at least freelance, okay, I'm not speaking for guys in-house. In terms of freelance, it's very bad for your career to not show anything or not deliver when the due date is showing up, so, and deliver bad work, for example. So we're always kind of looking out for ways to create backups as we work, if that makes sense at all. All right, so we have a line drawing, that's your backup, even though our final is supposed to be a painting, but the backup is there, a nice line drawing, you know, because you never know, you have a bad day, or you know, maybe I'm just really bad at painting, whatever, or the client thinks I'm really bad, who knows, right? Whatever that is, hopefully you do a nice line drawing that'll make up for it. Or that's the only thing you show in that case, right? If your stuff came out pretty horrible. Right, so here's the crazy eye stalk creature, miscellaneous identity crisis creature. No idea what to call these guys, but it's fun. You know, designing for the Men in Black type of creatures are really, really entertaining because it's kind of wacky. A little bit easier to do, in my opinion. Then yeah, so if like National Geographic commissioned you to work on a piece for or do a design for a series on television or something about the creatures of outer space planets or something, and the planet is full of gas and it's in a high, actually be like maybe low gravity or something, and then they want you to kind of using some scientific breakdown to design some creatures. That's a little trickier. You have to kind of do a little bit of math, or not math, but a little bit more critical thinking. So you don't just draw random for the sake of random. Whereas this case it's almost like just random, right? But still hard to talk as a result. All right, let me just figure out what the heck's going on here before I confuse myself. He's got one eye coming out from the front. He's got one coming out from the side, being supported by this little muscle group here, and he's got one back here that goes that way, and that's the perspective check. That guy we cannot see it. That guy we checked already. Okay, good. So it's got how many eyes is that? Six pairs of eyes, or 3 pairs of eyes, and 3 pairs of legs. This is his main arm, so let's make this one very, very muscular. Let's define some muscle groups as we go here. So he's gonna have a crease here due to the compression of his body. So big crease around here to allow that to, you know, we have to have the extra skin here just in case this guy larges up that way. We'll have enough skin here for him to do that move. Right? And also when the animators are rigging these guys, they allow that, especially talking about games or something, they'll pre-build some polygons, mesh there for stretching. All right, let's see. So that's a big crease. Indicate that. All right, let's work on this big giant arm. So let's see. So this is rotational joint. So this is the axis. Right, if I draw the axis, that's a rotational point. So therefore, we'll kind of undo that big line there. And it's got this kind of shark fin spike at the end of it. Right. The reason why I rotate is because the brush I'm using is, as you can see, if I make this brush bigger, you can see it looks like that, right? So it makes very thick lines going this way, very thin line going this way. So if I want a thick line, I just go this way. But if I want a thick line going this way, I have to rotate the page, as you can see, or rotate him, see, like that, right? So I can get a thick line going that way, if that makes sense. So that's why I keep rotating the image to get the line quality. Go back to this line here. Because line weight is important when you're sketching. Assuming you're gonna turn in just a sketch. In this case, we're kind of assuming that as well. So if you're dealing with just a sketch, then you want your line weight to be really nice and fluid, professional. So when someone looks at it, they assume not a non-student did the work due to your line weight experience. This guy's eyes are a little small. I wonder if I should make it a little bigger. He looks okay though. Let's make this part a little bit more uniform. All right, let's come down. Let's continue working on his arms. So it's got a big muscle there. Let's do a big muscle group here. It's all stretchy muscles. This will be a bump right here for that muscle to come in. He'll have probably some kind of rib cage thing, something for lungs. Let's run this line over. So this is the shark fin here, which could create a nice little silhouette for him. I think it's these hairs. We need to make these hairs a little bit longer, or tentacles, whatever these are. Let's make it just a little bit longer, experiment with it. Or he might not have it at all. I'm gonna erase it for now because they're kind of competing with his eye stalks.
Said, I'm back, what did I miss?
So I'm gonna take them out for now. Right? We can always refine. That's the beauty of digital. Is that as you do this,
now you have to listening to this guy's
you
talking.
consider this drawing tighter. You can always draw another pass on top of it by raising up your image. And it's tighter and tighter and tighter. So we can always go back and fix things. It's not that big of a deal. Get everything correct at this point. Right now,
I can't show the video.
The production forward.
Galvin1C
so
underscore.
You don't get stuck and just stay staring at image, not producing
no
anything.
probs.
If something gets me stuck, like, do I
here.
Keep the spikes or not?
Said.
We'll deal with that when the time
At
comes.
Galvin1C underscore
Maybe when
me
I get the rest of
kappa.
this drawn out, it'll look alright again. Then we don't need to.
Galvin1C underscore.
The spiky stalks.
Said. PP.
Let's make sure these two matches up in terms of their line flows. It's got a little bit of a negative to a positive, so got to do a negative, a little positive. So we know that these are the same thing, but it's at a slight angle, so I need to build that in a little bit because it's going away from eye. Right, top view is like that, right? So top view, here's the creature, so it's kind of coming out at you at a certain angle.
Galvin1C underscore.
Parallel, right? It's kind of like the fins
Said.
of on an F-18.
Sir Shield Sir UW Sir's word.
Which I'm gonna do a little bit of calculation to make sure I got that correct. Using some perspective calculations. All right, I think that looks all right. All right, erase the perspective check. And the cool thing is all those perspective checks and little marks you do on the page. Those things all tend to help your drawing look pro.
Said.
These foundation building blocks. I gotta put his elbow in here. His elbow will be here.
Galvin1C
which I think
underscore
on this guy over
said
here.
Squid 1, Squid 2, Squid 3, Squid 2, Squid
Okay,
4.
his back will continue in. Give him some indication of backbone or spinal cord. Let's put some spinal cord here as well.
Said
Just
LOL.
Okay, continue that. Let's figure out his hands or his whatever this finger thing is. Let's see. Let's make the posture here.
Galvin1C underscore
one that goes back.
said hee.
That hits the floor. Give him a pad. Raise out. It's got another one that comes to the side. Right, you can see how loose I do these, right? Because I'm trying to figure out the design as I go, and I can always again clean up once I know the design, right? Because I know the form is taking place. I know what's sort of happening there, but it hasn't been figured out. Is in terms of how do I actually build that, right? You don't want to confuse the next guy building this guy for you, the 3D artist, or you're gonna take this to ZBrush. You have some idea of how this is constructed. Because nowadays a lot of creature designers are working directly in ZBrush, right? Some might have a sketch before they get started for client approval. So you want to try to solve some of the problems beforehand, right? But it's not necessary all the time, because happy accidents is a very important part of design. So sometimes if you haven't figured it out, maybe just figure it out in the next phase during the 3D production side. If assuming you're doing it yourself, you don't want to. I don't think you want to be putting a lot of design work or difficult problem solving to a 3D artist whose job is to model your work. So if you put that on their to-do list, you're just adding more to their hours, and I don't think that could be appreciated by certain kind of modelers. Right? Some might like it, some might not. So what I'm referring to is if you're going to model this yourself in ZBrush, then you want to have some of the problems solved. All right. So here's a forward elbow. You can see, so this goes that way. That would be like a wrist or something like that. That would be the elbow. That would be the wrist. This would be fingers going way down. And so his fingers has been elongated, kind of like a horse or something. Right? Horse's leg is actually like a giant finger. Okay, let's see. Symmetricalize that sucker. Alright, let's see. Let's work on the belly. Let's work on the other side. So let's see, his spine goes under and form his belly. Oh, let's do these back legs, right? So these legs here are a little tricky. So they start, where should they start? I think they start down here. Let's just start it right here, right behind these two. So it's a minor muscle. Its job is to hold this creature, its back support. Right? It's kind of like acting the role of a tail, say on a very large predator, maybe like a lion or a tiger, right? Their tail acts as a counterweight. So when they jump and do these kind of things, you'll give them a little bit of support by using weight and gravity. In this case, it's working similarly, except it's actually touching the ground. So it is a hand, but or a limb, but I don't need to be a major muscle group since it's holding up not too much weight. Most of the weight is distributed on these four areas. So these guys are acting like just a little side support. But that's the joint that comes out. That will be the elbow. This will be the wrist, and the rest will be a finger. I'm gonna put a little pad right here. This pad's in the air, and that's for preparation of if this guy was to lean back. You can see this guy, it's kind of like a high heel shoe. I draw it here. It's like this, right? So that's the design. So if this guy ever leans back, we have a catch, like so. All right, so this guy could come back and catch the ground. So that's what that's for. Let me get rid of that. Let me lasso that out. Boom. All right, so that's the little heel to catch any kind of fall. Right, you see airplanes have that, like some of the big airliners or like Russian transports, they have like little wheels on their back of their fuselage. Is for just in case the plane lands with the tail too low, you won't hit the fuselage and damage it. They have these little wheels on the bottom. So this will be what that does. All right. So most of the time this creature is not using that finger. Okay, and these things will make notes. I mean, for if this is a design for submission for 3D modeling, I will make notes for the creature designer to let him know that that's what it's for. So he'll pre-rig it with a bone to allow that animation. All right, let's see. So this, let me not, oh, I almost messed up here. This leg is on the inside. So there it is. Then it goes to the other side, right? Make sure I just draw that a little bit lighter in terms of line weight. So that's going this way, out, and the little heels, and toe. All right. Since there are two of these, there's, again, one, there's two. I don't have to draw the second one so nicely because your 3D modeler got the information from the first one. Right? So whenever you're drawing something that's repeatable or mirrored, you can save a little bit of time by drawing just one of it. The perspective on this guy is slightly wrong. That needs to go out. Let me see. It needs to go out that way and come back in. Because the knee joint is going out and then in. So top view, if this is a creature's leg, it goes out and then in and like that. So out and then in and like that. His top arm, right, this is top view here, is going boom, boom, like that, grabbing, boom, boom, like that. And his front arm is doing that. All right, so that's his top view. So these legs are kind of like almost like a frog leg. All right. So the knee joint here, which will be here, right? These two are the same joints here. That is to go out of the body in perspective and back in, which will be that line here, and then back down, which will be this part here. Okay. So we have to account for that in perspective. So there's the other side. Go in, knee joint, and then that comes back in. Okay, cool. Whoops, that joint's a little too low. All right, cool. That's better. And that stuff is important, especially going to paint these guys up. Then there's going to be some values on this, and we need to know where that value will be. Okay, here's the lady's high heel shoes that he's got on. All right, so what do we have left here? Let's clean up this guy here. We are 15 minutes into the sketch. What I'm going to do is I'm going to draw this guy and probably apply the same formula for the other guys as well. I'll see how much I can do. Maybe I'll draw one more, and then I'll draw the rest of it without recording, so we don't spend too much time in real time. Otherwise, this video will be like 2-3 hours long. All right, but hopefully this helps you guys to see that there's no magic really, whatever that word you like to use. It just work. You just sit down and just draw. That's it. Have fun with it, of course. Right? This kind of stuff is extremely fun for me to draw, because I don't get to do this much on the job I'm currently on. So it's fun to take a break from your usual freelance and do some of this stuff. Most of the work I take on is just personal choice, are sci-fi and military based. So because that's the kind of projects I personally like to do, so I tend to draw those for my day job. And creature designs I don't do too much of. It's fun, but it's not my specialty. It's not what my favorite categories would be. But as a designer, you tend to enjoy everything. Everything is cool. Everything is fun. All right, let's give it some. So his like butt is like in the air. I want this bend to be a little bit more aggressive. Right now it's kind of flat. This line's flat. I want his anatomy to be like that. So we take on a curve, which let's just remind ourselves we want a curve like that. It's a little more fun, a little bit more fluid. So let's build that in. So that means we have to have this section here go in and come out. A little tricky because we're back viewed, so it's harder to see that transitional point. Let's see, so we don't want that tangent here either with this arm. So there's a big muscle group that comes in, and then the belly comes back out. Let's see if that reads. All right, that's better. Okay, that means this line here has to conclude down below. Now the tangent right here to avoid. So let's bring it down the tangent to avoid that. And bring that all the way around. All the way around. Cool, so that's his belly. Let's clean up these lines a little bit to make sure we know which one are sketch lines and which are actually form lines. So big fold again from here due to skin compression. Alright, and those folds will be folding this way. And big round belly. Give some second or third level appendages out there. Just doing kind of fun. These are very guyish creatures, you know, kind of bug-like, disgusting kind of stuff. Not cute. Okay. Delete this line or lasso that sucker out. Boink. So you can see the sketch is taking about 20 minutes to do. Along the 20 minutes the initial drawings took. But these will be faster if I wasn't talking. So because a lot of the decisions I'm doing, I'll just have done it already as I sketch it. But right now, I'm actually trying to fix it real time or just thinking it out for you guys. So you can see the kind of process it goes through. In real time, if I wasn't talking, this would probably take, I'm guessing, about 10 minutes to ink. Relatively quick. All right. But coming out just in 20 minutes. I think the previous one was 20 minutes. So right now, 40 minutes in. All right, so I should have time to do one more of these guys in this kind of work. All right, so let me draw the other side of the arms. Let's clean up the other side. Get rid of the ground lines. Our calculation lines are now gone. But I'm going to keep the ground lines in because I need to make sure I see the distance is still in the center. So that's the center, that's the center, right? Find the center of this creature. Center, center, center. So now we can calculate the other side of the legs. There's one leg, there's the other one. The joint for this guy is over here. That needs to go in. Okay, finger. This stuff is still not super defined yet, but I could do that later. Other side, so that's the middle. So his hand is right around here. Finger, go up. Finger out. So combining a lot of perspective along with anatomy to make this creature. Because everything sits in 3D space. Okay.
Galvin 1C
Once you know that,
underscore
you know that's the fundamental stuff I always refer to. Once you understand
gotta
how everything
leave
sits
for
in
a
3D
few
space,
hours.
you can actually pretty much draw what you
Galvin
want.
1C
Because it's all the
underscore
same thing.
said
It's just a 3D object.
B
So
me
all you're changing are
said
the forms that make up the 3D
okay,
object, but
see
they all
you.
sit in 3D space. A human being,
Me
a car, you know, the entire
said
planet. It's all sitting in
maybe
just a three-dimensional area. So if you know how to calculate using and perspective allows you to basically calculate anything perspective in 3D space. Perspective is not a box, you know, which a lot of kind of students learn. That's the furthest they take it, is like a box sitting in a 2-point perspective or something like that. You know, you gotta remember that that box represents everything that exists in 3D-dimensional space. And once you know how to you know how to plot that in a complex way, you could plot everything from a you know, you could plot an ant to a person's face to a house to a Volkswagen Beetle. You know, it doesn't matter. They're all 3D. They're all same thing. All right. And that's the kind of diversity a lot of professionals have, that they could work from one subject matter to another. There isn't a thing like, oh, you know, I only do props, or I only do vehicles, or I only do characters. You know, they tend to be able to do like, oh yeah, whatever. You know, as long as it's design required, I could take it on. There's no separation between, say, a creature or a character, and there's not even separation between themes. Like you could go sci-fi and you could go fantasy right after another. So it all depends. What we tend to do is you take on stuff that interests us. It's not really like we cannot do it. It's more of like, okay, I really don't feel like working on a New York in the 1970s game right now, so I don't want to take it on. But in another time, maybe I do feel like working on that, then you take on that project. But it's not the can I draw it that's stopping you from taking the projects. All right, so, and because that's the kind of stuff we sense, you know, a lot of students that come in young without kind of formal education, they generally draw by memory, which I talked about before. And by drawing by memory, you change the subject matter, all of a sudden they're stuck, right? They might be they memorize how to draw, say, a certain character's face or something, or a certain kind of landscape, and then you tell them, hey, don't do that anymore. Now draw me a western with a cowboy, and then they forget everything because it's muscle memory, and muscle memory doesn't help you when the subject changes. Which is with 3D, then it doesn't matter at all. All right, let's see. Draw that in, add some muscle lines. Ooh, look at that. That's cool. Whoa, that's cool. I don't use this feature at all. This is new to Photoshop, where you can hold the zoom key and the Wacom, and it does this cool little. Oh, how did I do that? Whoops. It does this kind of dynamic zoom. It's like warping. Neato, huh? But I'm still old school. I still do the, the 33 to 55 or 50% to 66 zoom levels, which is just pressing the zoom key once. But sometimes by accident, I get, whoa, look at that now.
Welcome to my channel.
Because I don't use it, so the hotkey, it only comes out when I do it by accident. Right. Let's do this join here. Hopefully this is entertaining you guys. It's not as fun, in my opinion, as digital painting for the audience to watch. But hey, there's plenty of other episodes if you reported this one to watch, and we got plenty coming up in the future as well. All right, gotta cover all the bases, right, for different people out there. Okay, draw that in. I think this guy's good for now. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put him over here. I'm gonna pause the video for a second and come back and do the other guys. All right, I am back. So before I get to the next one, I'm going to fix this little finger a little bit. This part is still a little confusing when I was just waiting for the video to save. I noticed this part here is still a little bit rough. So let me clean that up. Not necessarily super clean, but just a tiny bit. And I also want to show you where's the previous, right? This is what we whoops, where do we have it? This is what we started with. So you can see within 20 minutes the difference in terms of line work that you put in. So, but nothing really hasn't changed in terms of design. It's the same creature if you zoom out. Okay, so just line quality has increased. That's all. Okay, so let's just do another one real quick. Now I don't know if I have enough time to detail everybody out, so I'll get started with this guy. I'll make a copy of him as well. I'll get started, the same process, and then if I don't finish it, I mean, if the time's running a little long, what I'll do is I just finish the rest on my own time and show you guys the result of it, right? So because the process is the same as the previous one, but let's get some of this guy nailed out. This is kind of cool, that little feature here. So this guy's the one that's a little bit more human-ish. Right? He's got almost the same anatomy as a human being in terms of the parts of his body. Versus this guy already has like 6 limbs and all that kind of stuff, which is already quite different. This guy here might still have the shoulders, might still have the clavicle bone, all that kind of stuff. This shares similar features as us. All right, so his perspective is going like that. Get that nerve, get the back of the skull, cranium connected to the spinal cord. Give him this kind of tentacle hair. See, his mouth's probably over here. This guy's a little bit low res. I mean, this image is pretty low res, so I can't actually get in there and draw the super fine detail because this is already 150% zoom at this point. So we're beyond the 1:1 zoom, so you can see the pixels now appearing. So I don't have enough pixels basically to draw the details in here, which I could do later when I res this up. I don't want to res it up at this point because the higher res it, the slower your file gets, right? So keep it nice and quick. And also, if you res it up, my brush has to increase in size. I like drawing with this size brush right now because it's really fluid. If I increase it, this brush will become like a thin little pixel, right? Because the files, I mean, the size resolution has got higher, but the brush is still the same size. So therefore, your brush that's making this, if I increase the size, it'll look like that. Right. So right now, I want to retain this kind of fluid brush for a little bit longer. Okay, let's see, that goes back. Let's make his ear drums. So he doesn't have ears, but he has these kind of reptilian type of sound echoing drums thing with a little transparent skin to pick up sound vibrations. Okay, that comes down. Let's look for some nice fluid lines to build that into. I like this line that's formed here, so I'm going to see if I can build that into the rest of his body. I like some of the chunkification this guy's starting to have. Like he's got these sharp 90-degree lines appearing on his body. Kind of looks nice. So I'm gonna see if I can use that as a form language. For example, his rib cage maybe could take on that look. Okay. Not a very human rib cage, but rib cage nevertheless. So this will be soft tissue here. Comes down. It's all soft, no bone. This is the rib, which I indicate a little bit of bones underneath. Then you have a clavicle going this way to join with the shoulder ball. Muscle pull this way. And muscle pull that way. To swing the arm here. So I'm not following 100% human anatomy here, but using similar concepts to animate him or to give him physical ability to move those muscle groups. And it helps the riggers as well. Who's going to rig your guy for animation. Alright, so get that in there. I'm going to make his arm really long. I mean, technically speaking, this arm is pretty long. That's a lot of weight for this shoulder to bear. So, but the thing is, again, we're not going from a pure science kind of thing here. I think we're just going for pure visuals. But I don't think this joint here could actually operate an arm that's this heavy. This will probably have a lot more muscle mass, like something like to that degree for that to work. But that kind of kills my form, I think. I could give him a bigger shoulder to try. I could give him a bigger, let's try that. Don't know if that looks good though. Just like a shoulder blade to hold that socket a little bit more tighter or give it more strength, because there's a ball and socket joint in here with the bone coming out that way. Maybe, don't know. It's kind of weird. Maybe it could work. All right, let's see. Let's go down here. Soft belly. Some muscles here. Go in, back. Ribs. So some muscles that connect to the ribs. Bicep and triceps, or whatever alien form of those muscles are. Elbow. Let's make these a little bit more interesting. Let's give these guys little nubs. Just a third level detail stuff. The first creature is hard to read, I think, because he faces that way, which is not very common for creature design. So you're looking at it going this way, but you don't see a head, so a little weird. Because you're most common seeing creatures in this perspective, or character designs. All right, we tend to see the front first. All right, details in there. Okay, give this guy a few more muscle lines. Soft tissue here. Let's really carve out his stomach here. Okay, he's got a hip. Waist to hip to femur, making this part a little bit more exaggerated, just to build that nice, interesting form. Big muscle group come down. Get to the thighs. That will then connect into the knee joint. This guy's got a chicken leg joint, which has got the reverse leg thing, which is not in mammals. So it adds an extra bone right there, which sometimes in certain kind of productions, animators don't like that, because it adds a bone that's not part of a bipedal system. So they have to add that in by themselves, and if the system is not made to simulate that animation, it could cause problems. Like the guy walks with a slight funky wobble or something like that, right? So we call this chicken legging, right? Because remember, in our real bone we have this, and then that, and then feet. But this goes down to femur, acts a miscellaneous bone, and then go to your legs, right? So this bone here is extra. So, and it bends backwards, like kind of looks like a chicken, so we call it chicken leg. Some clients do not want that in their designs, because they have, for example, they're sharing a skeleton system. Because remember, skeleton systems are pretty memory intensive in games. I don't know how it is now, but I can imagine it still takes a lot of memory, because if you're simulating or doing all these animation, every single one of the animation has to be stored in memory for the game to were to call it. So in games, they like to share the skeleton system, so they might have like one for four-legged creatures like horses and dogs and stuff like that. Even though they're different creatures, they share the same system. And then they have one for, say, humanoid-based creatures, and they all share the same skeleton. So if the game is like, okay, anything big and humanoid will share the skeleton, then you add this extra bone in there, it wouldn't work. Then you have a unique system, and then every single animation has to be then restored, or re-put into memory, which could be problems for certain games. They might not even have that much memory for that. So some clients will actually be pretty specific and ask for is no chicken leg bone system to avoid that rigging system, right? But if the game already has that, then that's fine. Okay, put that in. Let's see, bone joint. But it looks cool, you know. It's like it's used a lot in design. I think it's still used a lot today. It just kind of has a cool look to it. So it's pretty common that you get this, especially on like little devil creatures, like Diablo type creatures. There's a lot of that kind of joint system going on. Okay. Watching my timing, coming out in 10 minutes. So I'm gonna do probably pretty soon is shut this video and then take it offline for a few minutes on my own and get everybody drawn out so we don't spend too much time in real time. Okay, so this arm is going back. But you can see how quickly, let's just take out the one that wasn't cleaned just to see the difference here, right? So that's only 10 minutes later. We are already getting this result. So you can imagine if you want a really tight drawing, you just spend another an hour or two on the drawing, then you can actually end up with a very, very nice line drawing. And you don't have to paint it at all. Right, these guys are all naked, they're not wearing clothes, so I guess it's okay. We could put costume. This guy could almost use a costume. He looks like he's intelligent enough to be actually a intelligent being that could build things. So maybe we could put some costume in on him. It's like a dumb creature. It just like, you know, doesn't really wear clothes. Even though like in the Men in Black movies they look like that, but they could build spaceships. So now that's where the whimsical stuff comes in. It's like how does this guy make a UFO? Okay, let's see. This guy's got these little thin fingers as well. Okay, also has little pads. This way you could kill the animators if you want by giving them a ton of fingers. Alright, 5 is already pretty hard to animate. You could kill them by giving like 7 fingers or something. They'll probably delete them out to save money. Okay. Like in games, most of the time they don't do this many fingers. They do like 3. So it's like a mitten type of rigging system, you know, in which you have a human hand and you have these fingers. This one and this one and this one will be actually just 3 bones, you know. So you could all 3 fingers here animate using the same system to save memory. So that way, because that gives you enough to like hold weapons, for example, you know. But you can also have it out. You can also have it in and do this and point. So I don't know about nowadays. I think nowadays it's not. Maybe skeleton animation is not that big of a deal anymore for memory storage. So maybe some of the guys working in the industry on YouTube could comment on that. I'm not sure. Okay, 12 minutes in. I think I need to cut this pretty soon. Let's just do a little bit more. Good thing with line drawing is that there's not much memory in terms of the storage of this file as well as the video itself. Like if this was a painting, this video right now at 12 minutes in will probably be already 2 gigs. But saving this file probably only be about 500 megs, maybe less, because there just isn't that much data on the screen for it to store. Right, most of it's all white. It's like 90% of the page is still just white, so it's nothing really there. Right, all the negative spacing here is white, so file size is very, very small. Okay, it's got this kind of reptilian loose skin texture here. Let's disarm the arm. Let's make sure this is touching the ground. So all 4 of his limbs are touching the ground. Let's make this nice and strong. Put a little joint in there. It's got 3 toes in the front, 1 in the back. Give it a little muscle here. Okay, cool. That works. Do the other side. So this joint comes over, comes in. Put that in there. Mirror the back. So again, this is a repeat design here because this leg and this leg are the same leg. So we don't have to worry about over detailing it because the modeler will only just build it. I mean, when they build models in ZBrush, they'll do the same thing. They'll build with the symmetry on. So you do the same thing. We're doing the same exact thing as symmetry on. So one side is defined, the other side kind of just indicated because they're not in almost, I mean, all creatures on Earth, pretty much everybody's symmetrical. So you do one side, the other side should be the same. Okay. Delete the ground lines. I do want some of it back, just for perspective checks. That's the center of the creature. Let's do another checkpoint. Center to center lines up. That we could check his CG if it's gonna fall over or not. Let's see his hand. This little hand is a little bit closer to the leg than this one, but it's okay. See, that distance is about that wide. Okay, pretty good. Hand position is relatively there. So this guy should be stable. Don't think he's gonna fall. Okay. Because you want to like have a creature that's like this or something, which he's front heavy or back heavy, and you could design a creature that's front heavy, back heavy, but you just have to make sure you balance it out using its own designs, like a tail or a big horn at the top of his head or something to counterweight that offset. Okay. Like a tiger, prowling around or something. Then you have a spinal cord like this, and got leg like this, then the back like that. Then you have a tail that acts as a counterweight to that body. So that's what I'm talking about here, right? Make everything feel nice and fluid. Okay. All right. So I think this guy's good. So I'm gonna pause the video now and do the last guy, which is I think this guy. Oh, totally forgot about him. And draw him in the same manner, and then come back to you guys in a second. All right. Let's pause. Stop. Alright, I am back. So this is where we left off. So the rightmost image is not done. So let me just open up the other images. Let's see. I think that's C. Alright, so here it is. So I just put another, again, about 10 minutes worth of work into doing the line work. These are not super tight, precise line drawings, but I think they're good enough to get you guys to see where it could lead to. And I also open up some examples of what other things you can do once you have this step done. So let me just open up another one. So I took this kind of image here and let's see, open up these, spend another maybe 25 minutes or so just putting some values. This is actually really simple to do. I'll turn off the layers and show you what's been done here. So let's see. Alright, so here's a line drawing. Just converted the line art to be not red but kind of a brown color. I'll zoom in a bit, you can see. And all it is just a series of layers. So you got a gradient, there's a background, drop shadow, base layer, shadow, highlight, key lights, bounce light, highlights, and patterns and those kind of things. So that's it. I mean, this is a quick and dirty method. It's good enough to show some stuff to your clients. It's not necessarily done, but I will show you some images done using this technique. So let me see. Let me open these up here. Kind of a variance of what you could do with this kind of stuff, right? And as these images are loaded, to remind you guys that we are updating our website. So hopefully in about a month or 2 months, we'll have a larger community of design cinema. We're gonna have, because I know we get a lot of questions and all these comments that we cannot possibly get to due to just uncontrolled on YouTube. So what we're gonna try to do is bring that kind of stuff over to our website instead, fcdschool.com, and try to address it over there, as well as a bunch of other content that's gonna be available for all our design cinema viewers. So anyways, here are some images that I've done using this technique. So here's some zombie girl creatures or something like that. Let's see what else we have here. Some line sketching, which is very similar to what we've done, just to show you the different kind of finishing levels you could achieve by starting out the same way, right? Because the beginning is the most difficult part. So here's witch doctor designs or something like that. Here's some robots, almost exactly the same as what we did today, as you can see here. These are even quicker, actually, done extremely fast. Here's we could do if you want to paint it up, right? So here's some like skeleton characters and stuff like that, with some texture stuff. But the starting point is very similar, in the same way, right? Same thing. You can paint it up with grayscale. This method here is a similar method as the zombie girls over here, right? Using the same stuff. These two are also related. These are some of the stuff I did a while back. These are all demos for our students, actually, so I'm not showing you guys any professional work in terms of they're not for clients. These are all demos done in front of our students. So, but just showing you guys a range. Once you have the kind of method down, you could do whatever you want with it, right? Here's a painting of a creature, kind of smoking a pipe. Here's another painting of a creature. Right, and all these are really, really fast. So because they're live demos, so none of these go over 2 hours. So they're all done underneath that time. Here's one in which we just did a drawing, right? So you can see this is a character though, not a creature. Here's some other creature design. This one painted up with some silhouette. This one's also painted. So this stage, what you see in this black and white image here, right, with these kind of gorilla type creatures or something. This is the very next stage of what I could have done with, if I could find it back here, this image here, because I already have the base. You can see if I turn all this off, there it is. That's the base right here. Right. So using this, you can actually get to this one fairly quickly. I think this would take another maybe 2 hours, somewhere around that time, 2.5 hours. You could get from a line drawing to completely painted out values without any lines at all, because these ones, if you zoom in, there are no line work at all anymore. But they started with line drawings. It's very, exactly the same as this technical over here. So let's see what else I have in here. Here's another one, bit of a rendering. The guy riding on a big camel, bird-like, whatever creature. Let's see. I think I should have a few more. That's that one already. Okay, I think that's all the examples I kind of just pulled to show you guys of the type of things you could do if you start out loose, get your design down, do some quick line work, get your overall form developed in 3D. Because once you have an object in 3D, then you can apply lighting, right? Because all this kind of stuff I'm showing you from, let's just go through, like things like this or like this is all dependent on your forms. You have to know exactly what your shapes are doing, and then that just makes your work so much easier when you're doing this kind of process. So anyways, so hopefully you guys continue to subscribe, watch our channels, and just keep your eyes open for when we launch our new website with all the cool community content. Of course, everything will be free as well, so there's not going to be any kind of, we're not trying to monetize Design Cinema or anything like that. So hopefully you enjoyed this quick episode. This is pretty light, I think. Next week, I'll see if I could get to a little bit heavier one, maybe with characters. Well, not next week, probably in 2 weeks from now. We'll do something. But it's term break, so I should be having some time to develop a little bit more Design Cinema stuff. So in the meantime, if you guys have questions, continue to ask them in YouTube, because we do see it. As you can see, my the memory on this computer is completely dying out. Continue to ask it, because we will see it, and we'll try to address that once our website is launched in a more common or easier reach section. So until then, I hope you guys enjoyed this episode, and I will see you guys on the next one. All right, bye. If you're working in black and white, I already have the full spectrum of whites, grays, and blacks. And on top of that, sometimes the composition could be used. And even if the composition is not ideal in the original photo,
Hey everybody, and welcome to another episode of Design Cinema. This is Feizu speaking. This is episode 85, and it's been like 10 years since we recorded a new episode. Probably because I've been super busy lately with just way too many projects and things going on. I'm also on working on a movie these days, and that's taking up quite a bit of my time. So I apologize for the long delay, but let's jump right into episode 85. And you are now watching a frozen YouTube screen. Oops, see there's something going on right there. This is actually in real time, so we're gonna just let's do something a little bit more casual, so that way I can get this thing recorded. It is Friday morning. Just got into the office. Let's spend the next I don't know, 2-3 hours to try to get this thing recorded and available for you guys. So I'm not gonna bother too much with editing and making things nice and slick for this episode. Let's just do it in real time as much as we can, so that way I don't have to do a audio follow-up. So all right, so what are we doing? Let's draw. You know, I think the feedback from the previous episode 84 was quite positive in terms of kind of design thinking and the stuff that goes behind the scenes of a particular design. So and you guys request a lot of character stuff, but I'm gonna do a creature design for this episode, and maybe we'll do a character one for the next one. So because creature is a little bit easier to tangle, a lot more freedom in terms of the kind of stuff we could do. So I thought that'd be kind of a nice warm-up, mostly because I don't feel like working super hard today on this episode. My brain is pretty fried from the last 4 days of just designing every single day from like 9 a.m. all the way to about 8 p.m. or so. I mean, the whole day straight up designing. Pretty much fried my brain, so let's just do something kind of fun. All right, let's put something on screen, otherwise you guys are just staring at a gray piece of background here. So what are we doing? Here's a little title. We're gonna design a creature slash boss character that I found online. Yesterday I was doing a demo for our students here, and I used the same theme, which is I looked up some mythological creatures or demons and all sorts of things from Japan. There's just hundreds of them. You could go to Wikipedia and look them up. Just type in mythological Japanese creatures or something. You get like a whole list of them. And some of them are just so interesting that they're begging for to be designed into like a into a game. So that's what I'm gonna do today. I think it'll be quite fun. And the creature I decided to do here is called the Gashadokuro. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly, which is a giant human skeleton, which I'll put up some references for that in a second here. So let's first do some design notes, because it's a continuation of last week, or last episode. So let's give ourselves some specs. So again, this is real time, so there's no fast forward here. Hopefully you guys don't mind this episode. I have no idea how long it's gonna run for, but yeah, let's keep going here. So I'm gonna keep this kind of a dark theme, and this is part of I think a creature like this will exist in a game that you're probably already thinking of, which is probably something like Dark Souls, and the new one's coming out pretty soon, Dark Souls 3. We'll get back to that game in a second here, but it's made from Software, which is very dark, gothic, a lot of evil elements and these type of things. And I thought it'd be pretty cool if that's the aim we want to go for, right? Which is we're aiming it for a project similar to that type of thing, like Bloodborne and so forth. So what's our specs here? We want a boss character or creature. I don't know what this falls under. It's kind of both, I guess. We have to follow the spec, which in the traditional sense is just a giant human skeleton, really. But we're gonna make it our own. This is important, so we don't just kind of refurbish something that exists before, which is not a bad thing. We're gonna try to keep, maybe 80% or 85% of what the spec or the original design says, and then we'll add our own 10 to 15% of changes according to what we need for gameplay reasons. And this part of it right here, the third one here, which is we don't want to make this super giant. In the traditional sense, I think in the later I'll show you some of the reference images. If you have like a little island right here, like a landscape, the dude is like this big. You know, it's huge. It's like this giant skeleton. Well, there's versions of them being ginormous like that, and you know, this is a little house right here, something like that, which is pretty cool. But it's pretty big for a third-person hack game, because your character is like that big, right? So you have to like put the camera that high to see it. It's kind of cool, but let's make it a little bit smaller, maybe something around this scale, if that's a character right here. So that way you can see the whole character or creature within the single camera shot. All right, so that's sort of what we're gonna do. Next, let's go into our references. So I put up just a few really quickly this morning. Went to Google, typed in the Gashadokuro, and ended up with some of this stuff plus some human skeleton references. So this looks like a pretty old painting done for this creature, and you can see it's a pretty giant skeleton. There's other forms of this one's actually not super big. This one's actually within the scope of what we want to do, and you can see it's just a human skeleton. There's nothing more extraordinary. Other than that, it's a big human skeleton. Here's another one. I'm not sure if this is an ancient painting or not, but it looks pretty cool. It looks like it's framed in someone's artwork. Pretty cool looking, but it's got a traditional feel. I didn't put in any modern version of this thing. This one actually looks kind of modern, judging by the character design. But I try to avoid modern concept art of this, so we don't get influenced too much from other people's work. We want to make sure that we stay traditional to the spec of this giant skeleton, but at the same time, we come up with our own solutions. Other than, oh look, that guy did a version of this, it looks kind of cool, to just like copy him. So we don't want to get into that realm either, because that won't make our clients very happy. Let me take a sip of water here. I'm so hoping the audio is recording correctly, because I'm just like sitting down, hitting record, and I'm just gonna go and do this. So if something screws up, then that'll suck big time. So anyways, and I put some reference to real human skeletons, because that's a good starting point since it is a human skeleton. And then we'll talk our way into the various design directions we could take this guy. So on a quick note, earlier I brought up the Dark Souls stuff. So I actually worked with those guys on some projects last year, from software. But legally, I'm not allowed to tell you guys what those are. So, but it was great. It was fun working with those guys, and I put up a little photo here just to show you guys some fun stuff that last year, actually earlier this year, I went to visit them in Japan as well, from software in Tokyo. So I stopped by, chatted with the art directors and producers and so forth. They're a cool studio. Check them out. Like that, the whole building is like from software. It's pretty hard to find where they are, but you get off at a certain station and blah blah blah. You walk, and you find this building. It's like the whole thing is like from software. At the time, they were working on Bloodborne. It wasn't shipped at the time when I visited them. So now, of course, the game is out. So this is early, I think in January or so. Super cold, and I thought this was a fitting photo because I'm wearing a skeleton on my shirt there, and we're about to draw a human skeleton, and it's a project similar to maybe what they do. So it'll be quite fun. So anyways, I'll hide that. Let's not look at pictures of myself here. I think that's kind of dumb. Okay, so let's keep the references up and let's start sketching, man. So let me start a new layer right here. Boom. Okay. I'm just gonna start working like right on this page. So I probably mentioned this before, but the way I like to work is very organic, which is here's my references, here's some of my notes. I'm just gonna draw right on here. This is Photoshop after all. This is a digital software. You don't have to be like, let's start a new page, right? Let me just visually write this down so you guys are not just looking at listen to me talk. Let's put something down. Because this kind of thing where you put down a white piece of paper like this is really scary because it's so clean. Let me write this down, right? It's super clean, there's nothing on it, and now you have 100% expectation to make this page look good. And for someone with not a lot of experience, that's really intimidating. Actually, even for someone with a lot of experience, it's still very intimidating because you're starting the day with a zero, blank page, and you're asked to fill it with awesome stuff that's gonna make everybody happy and make your clients all like, well, that's awesome, and you have nothing to start with. So it's a little scary. So what I like to do now, excuse me, nowadays is mess this up a bit. Have a piece of paper and just like blah, put some stuff on it. In this case, I have notes and reference images, and sometimes I read my brainstorming stuff, just whatever ideas I have on the page. So it just kind of messed up, put some lines across it. So now you're working with a kind of a messed up piece of paper, and it just takes that intimidation away. At least for me, it does. It helps a lot. So yeah, let's just start sketching on these. I don't even separate these out into too many layers. All right, so fundamentals is important. Oh, before I even get to this, let's talk about, yesterday I had a student ask a really good question, which is how far do you stray from the design spec, right? Which we wrote right over here. Let me write this out. Design spec. You know what? I should probably keep track of my time. What are we at? Okay, we're about 10 minutes in. Okay, design spec. So how far do you stray from that, or how far do you keep it? Now, so in this case, let's write this down, right? So we're pretending our client is something like From Software. They want an evil boss character for the player to fight. So that's what we're trying to get at. And so let me just rewrite it here real quick. Design spec, and essentially doing a giant human skeleton, right? Human skeleton. All right, so that's what we're doing. So the way I like to kind of break this stuff down in terms of like how far can you reach, how much can you change, like at what point is it no longer a human skeleton, which will probably never go that far. But there is the traditional sense of let's just draw a giant human skeleton. There's nothing, we don't change anything, it's just scale it up. That's all we do. but you also want to inject design. So what I like to do is do 3 passes, or 3 variations minimum. The first one is what I call the client safe. Okay, this is the version that kind of is your insurance, if you want to think about it. That, oops, it's with the E, right? Insurance. Okay, this is the one that no matter what you do for the other 2, you have one that is absolutely sticking to spec. It's generally the more default version or the expected version. So in this case, if you just draw a giant human skeleton kind of crawling around and maybe have some moth or something grow on it or something like that, you're pretty good to go. That is the default super safe version. Now with a client like that, who knows? But at least you're playing by the rules for the first one. You're not gonna piss anybody off. The feedback they could get you is like, oh, we've seen this before, but at least they know that you're not playing games with them. You're not like, oh man, I'm gonna change it so it's no longer a human skeleton. My interpretation of the Gasha Dokuro is a giant flower with the spirit of a skeleton trapped inside and lives in the island of something, right? They're like, what the hell are you talking about, man? You know, we want a giant human skeleton. So this one kind of keeps it on spec, and now you can start changing this slightly as you go to the second and third. So the second one will be my version, will be client plus your version. So not my version, just write your version. But we still don't want to stray too far from the formula. So the client, what do they want? They want a giant skeleton, right? Right? That's what they want. Okay, so what can we add to that just changes it slightly towards a slightly different direction, but we don't destroy the spec? It's still going to be a giant skeleton. Perhaps, let me just write off this top of my head here. I'm thinking maybe it has multiple arms. Freaking can't spell this morning. Multiple arms / legs. Okay, we can even go as far as multiple heads. That's a big risky one, but maybe. Okay, and maybe scale some of the smaller arms down. Basically, what I mean by that is like he has the major skeleton, so it's like you know, here's a little rib cage, right? And then he has like little baby arms or something like that to pick up the to fight with you, because you know there's the player character right there about that big. You got the little sword. He uses this big arm to kind of smash you, but maybe it's got little arms that could pick you up or throw dead bodies at you or something. So this is kind of adding a little bit more to the original default design of this creature, but still within spec. Like it looks like a skeleton as a silhouette with little more changes to it. So this is the version that maybe the clients think this one's too default. They'll be like, hey, this version is kind of interesting. Or maybe not, they can always go back to default. So the third one will be basically your vision. Or version, okay. Now, of course, we don't want to stray away. It can't be like, oh, my interpretation is now back to a giant sunflower, and the sunflower has the spirit of a skeleton or something. You know, that's just way outside of spec. Most likely, it's still a giant skeleton of some kind. But now it's like, okay, what else can we do? Maybe it's like we'll play around with materials. So instead of making made out of bones, maybe it is something else. So things like material, texture, scale we already mentioned over here, but we'll put it down here again. Okay, we could be like silhouette. So it doesn't, maybe the silhouette is slightly different than a human skeleton. We'll have to mess with that and so forth. And these are things sometimes I decide as I start sketching as well instead of that. So this kind of gives us a nice range, at least 3. Now if you could do 6, you could do 8, that's even better, but at least 3. And our insurance gives us a lot of protection against the clients coming back to you and go, what the heck were you doing, man? This is completely off spec. So, and that's the way I like to work as well. Like right now I'm gonna start my little initial sketch here, and I'm gonna start with probably the default look, just at least get it started so we have something that's to spec, and also it helps morale, right? Like if you have a giant skeleton drawn, it looks kind of decent, at least you got the default one done. Now we just have to go forward from there, but you can never go backwards. At least you have one that's somewhat decent, hopefully. Let me drink more water here. All right, so let's start sketching our default one out. Okay, let's talk about fundamentals real quick. So I put a horizon line here. The horizon line I put here is to kind of place the player's head. Remember, this is like a Dark Soul type of game where you're about 6 feet tall or something like that. So what essentially this does is establish the player character height. By putting the eye level here, now everything I do is looking up. So if I draw my skeleton in this range, he's going to automatically appear bigger to you, the viewer, and exactly the same to the player who sees it. Versus, for example, we use a camera with a high horizon. For example, that's the horizon line here, and we do our VP points this way. Well, by doing it this way, let me just draw a really quick thing so you can see what I'm talking about here. If I draw a skeleton in this range, no matter what, this guy's like crawling, it's like, oh, help me, you know. Okay, say like something like this, right? There's his head. Okay, the horizon's here, so the only way to get this camera shot, and our player character is about something like this, holding a sword, right? The only way to get this shot is if I'm either on the balcony or I'm on a ladder, because my horizon line's up here, right? So for character to be at that level to take this photo, you can see if I go back down to the ground line. Okay, here's the ground line, G, horizon line, back to ground line. Okay, the only way to get this photo is if I'm on a giant ladder, like so, and I'm up here because the horizon has a place to camera, right? So here's a photographer, either like that or I'm on a balcony. Now you could do it like this, you could take a shot like this, but it makes the skeleton guy look very small because I'm looking down at him. He's no longer powerful. I'm supposed to be designing a boss character, which I just wrote way up here, and a boss character in this case, especially as a big skeleton, should be intimidating. So I'm going to place my camera just like what a photographer would do in the best position to show off the characteristic of this creature. And in this case, I think by putting the camera low or to player horizon, it's going to show off my skeleton quite well. So anyways, enough talk. Let's start sketching this thing. All right, so let's start with the default. So I'm going to start with just human skeleton. I'm going to start really rough, okay, because we can always clean. Digital software is awesome for that type of thing because it allows you to. Let me just move this guy over real quick so I can see my references as I sketch here. All right, good. Anyways, back to the point. Digital software like Photoshop allows you to kind of constantly clean and change stuff. So you don't have to worry or stress out like this first sketch has to be awesome. This has to be like the best drawing ever because, you know, it's a white piece of paper and not to make it badass. No, you don't have to, man. You could just freeform, think, design, sketch, doodle, mess around, whatever it takes to start to get your idea down. So yeah, I work really loose on this kind of stuff. All right, so let's do the spinal cord. Let's make this guy kind of in a crazy pose like this. So I'm gonna break his anatomy slightly, not in the sense of you know, changing, giving him multiple hips and things like that, but I'm talking about his pose. He's gonna be a little bit more. See, this guy, they all seem to be bending over, grabbing somebody because that's the traditional description of him. I think he grabs like travelers and sucks their soul or blood or something like that, and then add their bones to himself, which in these pictures doesn't actually show that, because if you read the description, it says that he takes the skeleton of all the people he killed and kind of attach it back to his own body. And I thought that's a cool look, and we'll save that for our own version, maybe 2 or version 3. This one, he doesn't have any additional bones. So all right, let's do that. Got a shoulder pad or shoulder blade. Whoa, what the heck was that? Oh, you know what? Because I have the wire of the microphone on my keyboard. It pressed something. You put it into like the anti-alias mode or something like that. Okay, so let's do that. This guy could be a little bit bigger. Let's get him up a bit. I'll probably draw a few of these, and then maybe we'll take it offline in terms of the real time, so that way we don't spend the next 40 minutes or something just drawing skeletons. That is probably pretty weird here. Let's put the hip over here. Let's get the arm first. Let's make it so it looks, he's looking down at us, more evil. Bam. He's got a neckline there. Other side, the shoulders. This is where his elbows go, or arm. Give it a huge bone. And I'm just looking up at the reference right there to just sort of loosely see where the human bones are. We could get away with a pretty high level of error here because we are dealing with something that's not existing. I mean, it's not real. Yes, it's human skeleton based, but we don't necessarily have to stick with the absolute reality of the human anatomy for this one. we do want to play with the scale and play with the distribution of the various forms to achieve what we want to do, which is make this guy kind of creepy looking. Let's drop this guy to the ground. I think right now his hip is a little too high, so I'm just going to go ahead and take a giant eraser and just ditch that. Let me get back to this. Boom. Alright, put the little hip bone there. Spinal cord goes back inside there. And this is the kind of stuff when I do my demos for my students, I also mention this, is like you look at things like this, like, man, that's a crappy sketch, man. That is like done super fast and it's all loose and stuff. How does something like this become concept art? It's time. That's all. It's time and patience, because the most important part of design is the form. All right, let me flip my canvas real quick. Once you have the form, everything else becomes much easier to do because you have the overall design done. Now all it takes is time to clean them. That's all you need to do. So for someone maybe who's not in the industry for a long time, this drawing looks completely crappy and loose. But for someone in the industry for a long time, this is actually the most important part of the process, because professionals are able to clean things up. They could paint something photoreal if they wanted to. They could clean it up to a super tight line drawing if they wanted to. All of those, basically the only factor stopping them is time. That's it. The hardest part is what the heck do you put down on paper? That is the hardest, and the rough drawing essentially is that phase. So that's what this is doing. It defines the form, it defines the posture, the scale, the proportions. All that stuff is defined at this stage. So even though it might look crappy, and it is, I mean, it looks crappy visually, but it actually holds the most important part of your design. And the rest just becomes really easy if you know how to clean stuff up and given the amount of time to do so. So don't be afraid when your stuff is loose like this. But of course, for someone practicing this, you have to have the patience to, once you have this, to clean things up. And that could take you anywhere from like say 2-3 hours to say up to 16, 17, 20 hours to clean something up, depending on your skill level. And that is completely within the realm of this business. Right? So when our first students first get here, I think most they spend an average of maybe 3-4 hours or something like that. Maybe even not that, I think. But you know, let's just say 3-4 hours a day sketching. Then they realize, man, to get it into a really good, comfortable zone, you have to be spending something like 18-19 hours doing this stuff every single day. And line drawings to clean them up takes something like that, especially if it's a complicated drawing. So that's all part of the game. For this one, I have no idea how far I'll take it. I'll probably just clean up the sketch to be a presentable level, and then we'll just end it there, because I think this is a fun exercise, and it's mostly just easier for me to get this episode recorded. Otherwise, if you're gonna have to do this photo reel and things like that, I just don't have the time for it. All right, at least for now. And I think a nice casual. This guy looks like he's about to run a 100-meter race, actually. But let's just start with that. Who cares, right? Let's be loose. Thumbnails. The whole point of thumbnail is to explore and think, sketch. All right. So this guy is super default. Like essentially, I just drew a skeleton about to run a 100-meter race. That's about it. He's not special. He's not. There's nothing really stands out about him. It's just a skeleton, really. He's got some exaggerated feature, like his shoulder blade is like the traditional way would be like that. I'm making this go up just to break the silhouette a bit, but that's actually, that's not correct and things like that. So like I mentioned earlier, I'm not sticking exactly 100% to spec here. We just want to get warmed up. Let's just warm up with the skeleton. All right, get his arm in. There's actually 2 bones in here, but for now, don't matter. All right, this guy's actually looks kind of weak. He's really skinny looking. So let's do the next one, right? Looking at that, it's like, okay, let's do another default sketch, but this time, let's start a new layer so that way we could just keep drawing here. All right, let's put it over here. So same thing, horizon line established. You guys are probably hearing all sorts of keyboard clicks and stuff like that, but can't help with that. I like keyboards that has a nice feedback to it. I don't like the soft keyboards. Maybe some of you guys have those soft keyboards. It's like you press it, it makes no sound or it makes no click. I'm like old school, man. I like keyboards that has that little feedback of the noise, like when you hit it. So I'm actually using a very high-end PC with a really cheap keyboard.
Hey everyone, this is Feng Zhu and welcome to this week's Design Cinema. So we'll get back to drawing this week. This is a demo that I just completed, I think last week or this week. Oh, this week, pretty recent, demonstrating to students a different approach to sketching. This is from our production sketching class, a full-time course here. Basically, the goal of this class is to show students how to draw and design using various techniques. So the design part of it is actually not the key in this class. We have other classes for that. The core of this class is about drawing. So this week I'm showing them how to do a tighter drawing versus a loose sketch. But we do start with the overall. As you can see here, the reference of a knight is on the left, and my pose in a very quick sketch method is on the right, right? So I'm sketching this out really quickly. Now the inspiration for this came from just some games I've been playing lately. One of them is Dead Rising 2, which I thought is quite funny of a game. Bunch of zombies running around in a mall. So I thought, hey, why don't we take that concept and turn it into medieval knights or something that are also zombieized? It's just a very easy theme for our students to adopt to. Because again, this class is not really about design, it's about sketching. So we usually pick a design element that's quite simple to understand so the students don't get compounded with multiple problems. Like you have to learn how to sketch at the same time, you have to design something cool. So it's quite simple for them to get a head around. So this is done in Painter. I'm not sure what version this is. This is a class demo, so the machine there has a different version than the one I use in my own studio. I believe it's Painter 10. At home I'm still using 9, I believe, but they're very similar to each other. Now, I don't even know what the difference are between 9 and 10. But anyways, we're sketching with Painter. Here I am just kind of drawing everything else. So I started with the rough pose. You can see kind of the underneath sketch there, very loose, just to get the overall pose done. Again, if you watch the previous videos, you'll know the purpose of that, because in production, you always want to be doing the bigger picture first. So at any time, art director or director or producer, whoever wants to see what you're working on, you have something to show, versus like you have a head finish, but the rest of the entire drawing or design is not even on paper. So we start with the rough, and this is a second stage rough pass, which we find the design. The first pass was just a pose. The second pass is the designs. So we look at a reference of knights. You can see that below that I put together a bunch of references of just medieval knights. So at least we get the armor and some influences in there correctly, right? We don't have to follow it 100%, but it's always good to have reference. So you kind of have a good idea of the overall picture of what overall design you're trying to achieve, right? So even though these are zombie knights with the very video game or comic book kind of approach, you still ground it in reality. So this guy here on the right, he's going to be a more, I guess, a bigger knight than the one on the left. His armor is all exploded, exposing his infected arm. And that's what I'm sketching at here. Now this video has been sped up, obviously, by quite a bit. This actual demo took about, I'm guessing about 2.5 hours to do. And you're watching this in about half an hour, so we could compress it. And also, if I don't compress it, some parts of the video will actually slow down because I'm talking to the students, so it's not good to play in real time. Here I'm just figuring out the hand. You can see just drawing another pose, showing students what's going on underneath, right? We always draw what's there in this school versus just drawing by eyeball. So if a hand is holding something, you try to want to figure out what exactly it's doing behind the weapon. Right, so more refinement drawings. So the goal of this I guess sketch for our students was to finish it to a very high line drawing degree. We're not going to paint it. That's for next term, right? So this term is just line art, but we want to finish the line art to pretty tight so it's production ready. So 3D artists could take this design and take it to the next stage. All right, so we're back in Painter, and right now what you see is I'm trying to bring it to Photoshop and make a giant canvas for it so we can start the next stage, which is the tighter line drawing. But the RAM of the machine is getting killed, so what I'm doing is I'm separating the drawings out to 2 different canvases. This way the memory usage is a lot less. And once that's done, I now start the real line drawing process, right? So this is a triple pass. We got the super rough pose, the secondary design pass, and now it's the the finishing line art. And the look I'm going for here is kind of like comic bookish line art, right? Using some black heavy lines to illustrate the darker areas, which you will see later as we go and refine this drawing. So here's I started with this guy because I think it's more fun to draw, and part of this is also confidence building. Right, when you're drawing and you finish, for example, a nice painting or a sketch, and you have a series of them to do, I tend to work on the one that I know I could do okay on. So once you finish that, your confidence goes way up. No matter how many years you've done this, it's always a little bit of nervousness going into anything new that you haven't drawn, especially with a demo like this where I'm drawing live in front of the students, and you really cannot screw up, right? Because once you do that, the students are like, hey, wait a second, I don't know what's going on here. So drawing this live, quite nervous, but this guy, I felt like I think I could draw this guy better than the one I started with, which is on the left side. So it's a confidence booster. Okay, ignore that. That's showing students how to do scratches and how scratches work. So it's a very strange thing there. This process will just go on for a while. I think for the rest of this, at least segment 1 of this YouTube video, we're going to just be sketching it out. So I'll take this time to just, I guess, talk about various random things. So this brush I'm using is very old. This is a brush imported in from Painter 4, which is unbelievably old. I think it goes back to 1998 or 99, something like that. But the brush is still good, and Painter is very backwards friendly, I guess. They still read the brush from that many years ago, like 10 years ago, right, this brush. So I like it, but you can find Painter comes with literally, I think, thousands of brushes or something insane that you could just find the one you like. It's not really about the tool, it's about what's comfortable. For me, this brush is fun to draw with, whereas some of my students try this brush and they hate it. So it's up to you to find the one that you like working with the best, and that's the one you stick to, right? These little skulls, they're actually not meant to be skulls, they're more like a sculptural thing, but I think when I rendered it, it actually came out looking like human skulls, but I want it to look like just a sculptural thing that he's wearing around his neck. And as a design, it's not the most original. It's kind of general in a way. However, you do want to play with human emotions, pre-build, I guess, intuitions into humans when you're designing. So even though this is a drawing demo, I still want to explain that to our students and to you as well. So when you're designing, for example, something evil, things like skull, things like red, darkness, spikes, chains, these things, they automatically play with the, I guess, the perception of evil that's built into most human beings, right? When they see a skull or they see things, they know, okay, this is probably not a good guy. So in entertainment design, we kind of build upon that. So that's why in most films or games you play, bad guys have a certain feel and good guys have a certain feel, and you don't need to explain anything. You just know, right? And that's a good way to start, at least with design, and then you could get more sophisticated as you go. So, but in general video game type of environments or design studios, you tend to stick with playing with these kind of rules because your audience is very wide based. So you have to make sure the little kid who's 5 years old know that, hey, that's a bad guy. And same with the mature audience who's, say 55-year-old playing your game. They also know, hey, that's a bad guy, without using any word or dialogue. Okay, so this process here takes a while. You have to be patient. But for me, this is the relaxing part of any work process. The first step, which was the pose, is generally kind of not super hard, but the second step was still rough. But that's the hardest part, which is what do you draw? What do you design? Once that stage is over, this is just detail filling, and usually during this stage, I just listen to music and relax, talk to my friends, whatever. It's the concentration level goes way down because you're just focusing on detailing out. The design is actually done, at least in your head, right? What you're trying to do now is just trying to make sure other people can understand what you're trying to say that's only in your head, right? So it's just detail building. Now I'm going back and forth between Painter and Photoshop, as you can see. It's all drawn in Painter, but I opened it in Photoshop because Photoshop has a better, how should I put it, a viewing thing. Because when you're viewing Painter at, say, 33 or 66%, the image tends to be very pixelated looking, whereas Photoshop does a better job at every other 2 zoom levels. So Photoshop looks good at 50 and looks good at 100, looks good at 25. Whereas in Painter, unless you're 100%, it's always kind of pixelated looking. something they never fixed, which quite annoying when you're doing tight line drawings because you can't tell if your lines are connecting. For a character, it's fine, but when you're doing mechanical stuff, sometimes you can't tell. For example, you need a very tight tolerance on an angle, and the pixelation doesn't allow you to see it. Whereas Photoshop, you can see it quite well.
Hey everybody, and welcome to another episode of Design Cinema. This is Feng Zhu speaking, and we are at episode 80, Mixing Your Surroundings, or Mixing Surroundings. That probably sounds better. So what I thought what we'll do is, since we just finished episode 79, in which we explained about 8 different ways to approach the initial starting point of a design, I thought maybe we'll take the next few episodes and go through some of these slides. So this will be the first one covering the mixing your surroundings, right? Again, from episode 79. And I'm going to take the exact subject matters, which was Japan with like a Grand Canyon, and Egypt in the snow, like a mosque in a swampy world, and the last one will be a castle on the waterfall. Now I'll take some of those and let's just do it for reals. Let's pretend they're an actual design project, and we'll sketch them out. In this case, I've only chose 3 of them. I chose the Egypt one, Japan one, and the castle one because they're quite easy to do, I think, and they're quite fun. And for each of these episodes, we'll also mix up the approach. For this one, we'll be starting with thumbnails and sketching, and for the other ones, we'll see. Maybe some will be collages, some will be painting straight off the bat, some will be maybe using contour lines and all sorts of stuff, right? So that way you guys could get different exposures of how we even start these things off. And that's the main focus of all these episodes, is because the design's already there. I think that's from episode 79 already. All we're gonna do is concentrate on the how to get them started, the pre-production, the early first half an hour to an hour type of process, and you're seeing that happening right now with these thumbnails. And they're a great way for you guys to, especially if you're a student, to learn how to draw, because thumbnails free up the stress level, or lessen the stress level. Because if you're starting with a very tight painting right off the bat, and your brain is telling you this has to be really good, this has to be super tight, well, that could create a lot of stress. What thumbnail do is that it lets you make stuff on your own time, right? No one's looking at these, no one's giving you pressure on your thumbnails. This is yours and your creative process. And generally these are done in the privacy of an artist table, right? You're doing it on your own. You can decide which thumbnails work, which thumbnails don't work. There's very little stress associated with it. And these are something we tell our students here to do all the time, because stress, especially for someone who is learning, is a major killer in design, because stress could make you not draw well, stress can make you not design well, make you not think well. All these things are not good when you're in the creative process. You want to be in a good mood, a very relaxing mode, and hopefully thumbnails could help with that. So what I've done here is created a big canvas about 5,000 pixels wide, filled it with a gray layer. I just took the lasso tool, the marquee tool, right, where you can select and just delete out a couple canvases, and use that as my little border to draw my little thumbnails with. Right? So very easy to do. And I like to keep all my thumbnails on the same canvas. This way I could look back at the previous thumbnails and kind of evolve them, get the ideas. So everything's kind of flowing organically versus having a single canvas per thumbnail. So I treat these almost like how you would draw in a sketchbook, right? In a sketchbook, you don't draw one drawing, turn it over to a brand new page, draw another one. You kind of be quite organic with it, right? You fill every corner of your sketchbook with ideas. So I'm doing the same thing here, except in digital. So yeah, I'm starting with the Egypt one. And what I've done here in terms of design is that I'm going to mix a lot of the Egyptian type of popular culture understanding into a single shot. So I started with the whole pyramids. In fact, you see the tourist photos, they take the Sphinx and the pyramids in the same shot, because that's the general perception of Egypt, or ancient Egypt, when you tell someone, what do you think of Egypt when I tell you about ancient Egypt? I think number 1 is going to be the pyramids. Number 2 is probably going to be the Sphinx. Number 3 is maybe Luxor with the obelisk, something like that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to mix all those into a single shot. So this is an entertainment past of a Egyptian themed location in a snowy world, right? So I'm not going to break them up, because in the real world, Luxor is somewhere else, the pyramids of Giza somewhere else. They're not the exact same locations. But if you're building a video game, for example, you're gonna clump all those things in a very small space, so the player could experience all of them without walking, 5 days to reach each location. So yeah, I started with Egypt because that's the first one during the demo. So now I'm moving on to the what am I doing? The Japan one, the canyon. In terms of drawing, Japan one is the hardest one to do because these Japanese castles are very complex. So in this case, in terms of thumbnail, I just mentioned earlier, we don't want to stress out, right? So I'm just going to capture the silhouette. I'm not going to concentrate on getting the perspective perfect. I'm not going to concentrate on getting the roof to be perfect because that's not important in the idea generation phase. I can always go back and fix them up, right? Perspective, fundamentals, anatomy, all these kind of things we could fix during the final phase. During the initial design phase, all I gotta do is get the major idea down. So I don't really want to spend my time
Galvin
or my
1C
energy
underscore.
making sure the roof
Welcome
of
to my
these,
channel.
castles are perfect.
Galvin
That could go
1C
later. And those are
underscore.
kind of things that doesn't require
Said,
too much thinking.
I
Time
guess who's
consuming,
back?
and I want to save my time
Me.
and your most energy for
Said,
your creative process.
Weld me back.
So for the Japan one, it's kind of like silhouetting the building out good enough. I sort of have this similar silhouette. Boom, let's put it in a Grand Canyon type of landscape, and that's all I wanted to do for thumbnails. That's something I want to mention for those who are students watching. Building your confidence and having a good pipeline is so important. For our students over here at the school, oftentimes what stops them from putting something up on the wall or even doing homework to the full completion is a little bit of a fear factor. They're scared that what they've done doesn't look good. They're scared that if their classmates look at something that doesn't look good, that they, one, might not even never put the work up, or two, they don't even attempt to start it, or they start it halfway and they don't show it, or they stop the process. When you are learning, that's the one thing you cannot do. You have to not fear that you're doing bad work or someone else going to judge you for your
Galvin
work.
1C
The whole
underscore.
point is for you to learn, especially
Said,
when you're in a school situation.
What
where
is
you're learning
writing the
your own.
hexapod?
You can't be fearful of making mistakes or putting bad work up, and this is all very, very important. So what we want to do is, especially during the thumbnail stage, just have fun at it. Go try different things, try different approaches. If you don't know your perspective, your fundamentals, who cares? Do them in side views, draw them in front views, draw them in top plan views. All there are is putting your ideas on paper. How good do they look? You guys have a lifetime. All of us do, even professionals. We all have a lifetime
Me.
to perfect our stuff.
Said,
Nothing is perfect. Nothing
the
is like,
third
man,
one.
this is the best thing I've ever done. There's nothing wrong with it. It's a perfection thing. We'll never say that. I mean, you're going to find very few professionals going to be out there saying my work is perfect and everything's badass. Everything I do is perfect. No one says that.
Galvin
right?
1C underscore.
So for a student who's
Said,
well, get your ideas down first.
The first
have
one.
fun so you fall in love with this business. I think for us, like, we don't want our students to right off the bat start doing things that are like, okay, you got to make sure that this is this, this is that. Of course, we do that. They do that in fundamental
Said,
classes, right? When you're taking a
Oh, I
perspective
don't
class,
know.
that is very, very important. But when they get into
Galvin
the design
1C
classes, which are our
underscore.
term 2 stuff,
Said,
we don't push them to be perfect fundamentals
nice.
off the bat. We want to generate thumbnails, we want to generate the ideas, generate the thinking process, and then we take the second week to clean. So when you're learning, do the same thing. That's what these thumbnails are for. They kind of have horizon lines, they kind of have an okay perspective, but they're not perfect. They're not even close to being perfect. Those are things we do later. For now, right now I'm working on the castle over the waterfall. That's the most important thing. Let's put a castle over a waterfall. So I'm not really caring about perfect constructions here. So yeah, the Japan one was pretty hard because I did like one or two Japan one. I moved on to like the waterfall one because castle over waterfall is just such a cool concept. We have seen a variety of those in video games, so I just couldn't wait to get thumbnailing on those. So, but let me back up to the whole fear factor thing, right? So as a student, draw. Get a sketchbook, sketch. And when you're doing the thinking process, these are things you're doing it for yourself. Don't worry that other people are going to see it, and if they do, who cares? This is your work, right? You gotta be able to put stuff on paper and build that confidence, and the most important thing, enjoy what you do. So if you're doing it for the sake of others, or like you only want to get praise out of them, like everything you put up you have to receive a positive reinforcement for it, you're not going to survive in this business because it's a harsh business and a lot of producers might not give you that feedback. So what you want to do is enjoy the process. Don't be fearful what other people say about your work, especially when you're learning, right? Professionals, we can all deal with that pretty fine, right? Because you get stuff rejected all the time by clients, right? So there's nothing there to like, oh man, now I'm in a bad mood or something. But for a student who haven't experienced that, it could be bad when they do something and someone say, oh, that's not so good, and then that shuts them down. That is not good, and that can actually prevent someone from pursuing a career simply because they're afraid of rejection or making mistakes. When you are learning, the whole point of learning is to do things wrong, to make mistakes, so you can learn from that. Now give this a try. Maybe you're at home right now, open a canvas and mix two cultures together. Take Mayans and put it in the snow, right? Or take Spanish buildings from the 1600s and put it in a Arizona desert or something, right? Start sketching. Just get your ideas flowing. Enjoy the process. Build that confidence level up. You might have to draw 50, 60, 100 drawings before you start to get that juice going, that flow in your hands going. And that's what it takes. Watching these tutorials or just reading about something but never putting your hands on paper, that stuff doesn't really help, because I mentioned this many times in the past. That's like watching someone shoot basketball all day long, like a pro basketball player. But if you don't put your hands on the ball and dribble on the court ever, you're not going to be good at basketball. There's no way, you know what I'm saying? Otherwise, all basketball training camps could just be people watching videos for 10 years and then send them into the NBA. It doesn't work that way. You have to play on the court. The same thing with drawing, is that your first few dribbles, actually not just first few, your few thousand dribbles of a basketball is not going to be so good. And then you're going to get better and better and better to the point where you're not even thinking about it. The only thing you think about is playing the game. Exact same thing with concept art. The first stages, you're going to make a lot of mistakes. It's going to be very frustrating. You're going to be putting perspective down, it don't look right. You're going to put designs down, it doesn't look so right. But the more you do it, the better it will become. So by your thousands one, by your hundreds one, right? Some people get it faster than others, but the average is generally in probably after a few hundred drawings or so, maybe 100, 200 drawings, they start to go to the next stage. We see that with our students over here. They always
what
have
are
these
you studying
leaps
now
of, experience gains. You actually see it quite dramatically. You actually see a student doing not so well for almost, say, entire term, and all of a sudden something hits. Is because the hours they have done in their sketching meets the criteria for that connection to happen, and boom, they're suddenly drawing really well. So
Galvin1C
do practice. Just do this a lot. And
said,
thumbnails are great for that.
Still
they're
the same.
They're stress-free. They don't give you a lot of pressure. No one's looking at them. So yeah, sketch and have fun. All right. So here I'm continuing. Let me take a drink of coffee real quick.
Me.
All right. So
said,
I'm on my, which thumbnail is this?
Okay, good.
Like that. Now, when I do thumbnails, I don't really plan how many I'm going to do from the beginning. Sometimes you do one thumbnail and have the idea, then that's good enough. Right? Sometimes you have to do a whole giant page of thumbnails to get the idea you want. There's no right or wrong way to do thumbnails or how many you do. So as a student, though, you do want to give yourself some kind of criteria. So you're not doing like, okay, I'm going to do a painting, so I'm just going to do one thumbnail and then I'm going to go with that. When you're learning, you probably want to do quite a bit. I say maybe 5, 6, maybe even 10 thumbnails. That way you just get that warm up, that exercise, because the idea that evolves through thumbnails constantly changes. Sometimes you will hit a good idea on your first try, but sometimes it could take 10 thumbnails before you get your ideas to fully flush out. So when you're learning, just do as many as you want, until you're your brain's a little tired, and then you go back to and go, okay, which of these ideas is the best one that I go with? But do limit yourself. In the real world, we don't have the luxury of thumbnailing all day long. We have generally just a few hours to generate these, and then you gotta at least produce them, right? Because thumbnails are something you don't show. Not in general. You can show them to art directors, but they're definitely not showing production meetings or shown to your exec producers and stuff. This is part of your creative process, not something you show for like, what do you think of this idea? It's too loose in the eyes of say a producer type. So you have to be able to self-filter your own ideas, and that's another thing that builds confidence. When you only do one drawing, and that's your whole goal is to get to this one drawing finished. What happens if you don't finish it, or if someone don't like that drawing? What happens? It could be a big blow to your confidence level. Like, man, I spent like 20 hours doing this drawing. I spent all this time planning it, and then you don't like it. Maybe they finish it, or you don't get the welcome you want from it, and your whole morale drains. Now, we're doing a lot of thumbnails, a lot of sketchings. You are already self-art directing. You are getting rid of sketches you don't like. You're getting rid of ideas you don't like. So you're training yourself to not fall in love with everything you do. You're learning the process of elimination to how to get to a better design by constantly evolving your own ideas. If you're only doing one drawing and just evolving that one drawing over time, you could get stuck in there, and you fall so deep for that painting that if anything bad happens to it, you know, either on your own with your clients, you could totally get into a bad mood and perhaps not enjoy this process anymore, and that's dangerous for someone who's learning. So for us, we're always assigning a ton of stuff to our students, so that way they're never attached to a single image, but rather think of this as a design process, right? Because your goal is to make a product. No product could come around. I mean, very rarely do products come around from a single sketch, right? They evolve over time. And if you're working in this type of industry, you have to get used to that kind of thinking, which is like all these thumbnails, even all the paintings we do off of these, they could all be rejected. But that doesn't mean you go into a rage and start like going, oh man, I'm gonna give up in this business sucks, or everybody sucks, or something like that. Who cares? Your whole point is to get to the idea. And if your clients are good, they will guide you through that. They will guide you through your thumbnails. Maybe like this idea is not quite there yet, but it has elements that work. So let's evolve this over to the next drawing. Let's evolve the painting to the next painting. And so you're always doing that. And thumbnails is a great way to learn that process, because you're forced to eliminate your own work, right? So you can see here, I'm about 10 thumbnails, something like that in. I'm already kind of shortlisting the ones I like by putting a little circle and a number next to it. I've done this in the past with my tutorials, you've seen. The reason why I do this is because sometimes I'm very busy and working on other projects, or sometimes working on 3 different projects at one time. So by putting a little circle next to the ones I like, I just remind myself what was working, right? Even though it's your own drawings, you could probably figure it out by looking at it for a few seconds. But having that just saves you that tiny snippet of time. And a tiny bit of time saved could keep one of your ideas in check, right? Because sometimes I find that the more time I spend on something, the more I tend to lose the initial drive to start something. So when I want to paint something or have an idea in my head, I want to jump in and boom, just start drawing and start painting. So it's important that I do these little shortcuts like marking images, writing a text. These are all things to remind me of where did I last leave off, right? All right, let's talk about reference gathering real quick, because I did get a question asking about how do I organize my references. The overall answer I give is that there really isn't a very organized way I do my references. They're kind of just organically put together, and they date back even back to my school days. You know, some of my files are dated like 1996, 1997, and they're like 200K across, 200 pixels across, tiny little images, back when 1024 was like the high res on a computer. So I still have them, and the way I keep them is just over time I throw them into folders that make sense. So if it's a Japanese building and I have a bunch of them, I'll put it under a category called Japan, and that
welcome
Japan
to my
falls
channel.
In a category called city.
See
If it was a bunch of
Sangi
hills in Japan, I'll still go in a folder called Japan, but they will go under another folder called landscapes. So over time, I started to have an idea of where all my reference images are. Now, how you organize that, it's up to you, but we'll give you guys a tip, which is, for me at least, I try not to keep too many images per
the
folder.
CSP just
I find
shut
that
down.
once you start to get 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 images in a single folder, it's too hard to use because there's too many images to look through before you find the one you want. So what I do is I keep just a few hundred per folder. That's still enough for you to have an overall mental map of what kind of images are in each folder. So to ask me, hey, find me some Grand Canyon references. I already know.
How are you doing today?
I go to this folder, I got Grand Canyon stuff. If you ask me to look for some like
what are you doing now, Larium?
Old tree parks,
Galvin1C
_. Even though they're not on the folder called tree parks
do
or
give
trees,
my greetings to
I know where to
Lalrem.
find them. And in my case, there's something called ancient forest or Cambodian temples. And those are areas I know I could get good roots from. So you can come up with your own system, because when you have too many images, what happens is, just to load them, it's too many. And two, your brain can't possibly memorize a folder that has 2,000-3,000 images and where those things go. So, and I experienced that in the past. What I used to do is, well, not even in the past, even right now, when I collect references, I have a folder called collect the new reference. Right?
Okay.
And what I do is I throw stuff in there. Like every time I see something cool on the internet, and I see something on a blog, I throw it in there. And after about 2-3 months, there are literally about 3,000 images in this folder, like thousands of images, to the point where I have no idea what the heck did I put in these folders. So impossible to use. Like during production, I don't open that
I'm
folder
just
because
chilling.
when you open, there's like 3,000 thumbnails opening up. I have no idea what to look for. So what I do is, when I have a downtime, when I'm done with the project, maybe on a Friday afternoon, I'll open it up, go, okay man, let's do this, man. We gotta clean this folder up. Let's do this. So get yourself a coffee, and open up some subfolders and go, okay, this one is a picture of a fish. Where do I put that? Okay, put that under animals. Next one, this is a picture of a space shuttle liftoff. Okay, I'll put that in my vehicle folder under NASA. Right? Next one is like African mask. Okay, that goes into my tribal under Africa. Right? So these are things that I do. It takes a while. It takes a good hour and a half to sometimes even 2 hours to organize those files. But once I have it done, then those images will become useful to me versus sitting in a ginormous folder that I'll never open. And then you end up with like 10 ginormous folders, and I have no idea where the files are. So, but yeah, in terms of organization, it's up to you. Some people have asked what software I use to view my thumbnails, and I use something called ACDC. It's you could get a light version, I think, for free, but it's relatively cheap. It's like not 20, I think maybe $60 or something like that. Relatively inexpensive software, very powerful. It's also very fast. So, but I think there's free ones out there, like, I can't think of the top of my head. I think Google has one, but the ones I tried, they're all like not as fluid, or they try to do too much for you, like they try to organize for you. I think the Google one does that, where it sorts it by last time you saw it or something, which completely is a mess when I tried it, because all the files were like completely unorganized. It was all over the place. But maybe I wasn't using it correctly. I've been using ACDC since the first version, I think, so I'm so used to it, and that's what I use. Now let me jump back to the demo real quick. So you see here that I'm taking the thumbnails, the 3 of my favorites. I took the Egyptian one with Luxor entrance. That's the one with 2 statues on either side. And then I chose the castle one over the waterfall, and the last one will be the Japan one. And I'm going to do a really quick color pass, a mood pass over them. I'm not going to carry them to full completion in this demo. You guys can watch the previous episodes for that kind of thing. What I'm going to do here is just show you the initial stages, right? The creative process itself. In terms of how to finish it, I think it's not needed, at least in this episode. So and what I'll do is I'll spend, now in real time, the thumbnails, the sketching phase took about 15 minutes or so. So let's just say just close to an hour to do. These little color comps, each one took about 15, 20 minutes, not so long, right? Just to get the initial color in. And then I took one of these paintings, in this case, the Egyptian ruins in the snow, and brought that to a full completion. And that's the step in which we clean up the perspective, we clean up the mess, we clean up all the bad paint strokes and things like that. And that process took about 2.5 hours, just under 3 hours. So you're looking at a complete process of about 4 or 5 hours for this thing. So in a studio environment, that's plenty of time. You know what I'm saying? You could come in the morning, generate thumbnails, do a couple color keys, which these are as well. And these color keys, you can actually show art directors. These are things you can show to clients
Another
as well.
viewer.
Like, hey, I'm thinking about doing Egypt
Welcome
and snow.
to my channel.
Here's a quick comp. They'll understand at this point what are you trying to do, and if that's approved, then you take another few hours to complete it. Of course, for those who are students out there, don't worry about the time. If these things are taking you 20, 30, 40 hours to complete, then so be it, because you are learning. Don't let time be a thing to
Gaven1C, what is your
quality,
YouTube name?
Pros are generally under pressure, and they're trained to work under that kind of pressure to work very, very fast. Students, not so much. You are learning. So the one thing you should be doing is putting the time
I think Larry saying
don't
know
put
your
yourself
Twitch
in a
name.
situation where you're like, I have to finish this painting in 30 minutes where I'm not considered good. That is the last thing you probably want to do. Our students spend 20, 30 hours per piece on their homeworks. So you can imagine, you know, when they're getting three to four paintings, how much time to take in duties. So spend the time, you know, have the patience, and it's so important to do that. Even if the end result doesn't come out super good, spending that time is so vital in the process of becoming a professional, right? Which is patience, right? Patience to deliver. All right, so you can see here's the, I'm getting some references up of snowy mountains. Just get the colors in, the purples of the snow, I want to get that in. And start just painting away the line drawing. The line drawing here is still on top under a multiply setting, but just getting the overall mood and the overall values and the shapes to start popping. So you can see in this one, the Luxor one, you enter between these 2 statues, and behind you will be a pyramid. Later, I actually dropped in the obelisk right in the middle. So it's almost like all the stereotypical things you think of ancient Egypt all grouped together into a single shot. And that's helpful when you're selling an idea. So in this case, maybe it's like a Tomb Raider game or some kind of exploration game, and you're trying to sell new levels to whoever's looking at these producer types or art directors and stuff. A painting like that could summarize pretty much the entire idea in a single painting. So they could be like, no, it doesn't work, or they go,
I just listened to FDZ School while painting this.
Like maybe the pyramid's one location and Luxor somewhere else. But in this case, it's just a summary. So next one, moving to the castle one, looking at the references. And also using its color palette, right? I like the waterfall they see to the left of this image, that kind of purplish green water. It looks great, and I actually end up using that as the foundation of the painting. And now I'm looking for some greenery just to add, because this is such a classical fantasy piece, you know, the Western European castle on a green plains with white snowy mountains in the background and epic waterfalls. It just kind of has that feeling, so I wanted to capture that as well. So you know, not super creative thing, but again, this episode is made for you guys who are learning to put something down on paper that doesn't fry your brains up or frustrate you by, say, I have to do something different, I have to do something creative, and you end up actually doing something maybe not so good because the idea didn't go anywhere, right? So, and we find out for our own students, sometimes they try too hard to design something new but end up doing something that nobody understands what it is because they overthought the design. Versus, hey, Egypt in the snow, it's a great idea, it's not super complicated, and it's fun to paint. Our epic castle and epic waterfalls, you know, it's not the newest idea, but it makes you learn. So that's why it's so important. Once you have the ability to paint, to learn how design works, you can always create something more original, create something new, right? These are never meant for professionals like, oh, next time you work on an IP, this is what you do. These are things I'm talking to for student types, someone who is learning. That's what design cinema is for, is that learn in baby steps. Have a big goal, but approach it with something that you can accomplish little steps and accomplish them well. Versus like, I have to do a brand new IP, I'm just a student, but yeah, I'm gonna design something and paint something that's better than all the big games and movies out there. That's, yeah, it's doable. Some might be able to pull that off, but it's very hard to teach that type of philosophy in a school, because in a class of 20-30 students, probably only one student could pull off that type of big scope thing. The rest will suffer. They'll do things that are just completely ridiculous and not so good because too many things to chew on, right? And I'll break that down further. I mean, why do we do these kind of mixing worlds? Why do we take a castle and put it on a waterfall? It's because for someone who's learning, the amount of information that they have to process during the homework time or during the practice phase is massive. For example, you have to go home and do some production paintings. The first thing I do is, okay, you got to do some fundamental stuff, right? For a student, I mean, in terms of the cleanup phase, you have to do things like horizon lines, vanishing points, foreshortening, third point perspective, atmospheric perspective, scale, right? These are all things that are just part of fundamentals. You can't break those rules. Okay, so that's one. Two, they have to think about, okay, I got now draw something. So they got to draw that nicely, right? Penmanship, line weight, flowing of lines. You know, these are all the fluidness, contour lines, gestural lines. So that's art type of things, right? Then they have to design something. So they got to solve design issues. And, you know, what are you trying to solve? What are you trying to deliver to the clients? So they got to think about that. Then they have to either render it or paint it up. So now they have to deal with
Galvin1C_,
brush marks,
said,
shading with pens,
it's Lord Pig
crosshatching,
3 on.
whatever they want to use to finish it. And then they got to think about presentation. They also think about mood, lighting, right? Each one of these is a ginormous category on its own. It's like, okay, we could light this castle in a sunset, we could light it in early morning, we could light it so it's all in the shadows, so it's kind of moody, we could light it so it's basking this beautiful ray of sunlight. These are all decisions a student, when they start one, have to be faced with. And I just named probably 7 or 8 major factors.
Lord Pig 3 on
so
said
what we try
hi.
to do as a school is that we try to lessen every step. I mean, we try to reduce each step to its basics, so they could chew it off and do a good
I think
job.
Lerem can see you. Oh, hear
is
you.
A simple 2-point perspective. Okay. Next, we do line drawing, but we do it with everything with a pencil brush or the pencil line. So we keep it nice and fluid. We don't do anything hard edge. When we paint with lighting, let's do some simple lighting, light from above or light from behind, right? And in terms of design, let's choose a simple subject matter. Let's put Egypt in the snow. So every single step, they don't have to overly complicate it and stress themselves out. Instead, you take that baby step and you do it correctly. You do it right. And the end result is still something very, very interesting.
Galvin1C_,
still creative, but it doesn't stress the students out. And that way they build confidence, right? So important. And I know I mentioned this many times in the past. Having confidence, enjoying your work, the ability to produce these day in and day out is what's going to make you a professional. If you just dabble this, get frustrated, work on it for 3 hours a day, get frustrated, and don't do it for a week and come back to another week and
see Lalrim Sangi
that's
said,
such a slow process that
hi Lord Pig 3 on.
Competitive compared to someone who's a professional or a student who's training under a professional setting, that they're gonna have this mental thing, right? And when you're studying at home, for those who are watching Design Cinema, when you're learning at home. That's the kind of things you could do instead of frustrating yourself. Let's just do something fun, right? So hopefully, this episode will help you guys spark some imagination or some ideas, and you can try your own, right? Mix some stuff together, draw some thumbnails, get some coloring, and each step, just do it well, do it right, and you build that confidence. And we'll move on to something else on the following episode, right? As I take a drink, hopefully that makes sense to you guys, right? Building, really, all of this is for students who are learning how to design, learning how to paint, learning how to put down some fundamentals. You want to just keep your processes simple, but yet done well, versus super complex. You're chewing off a giant major chunk of difficulty and reaching 1% of it or 2%, and you give up, right? That's even hard for professionals. This is one of those things that is going to be forever with you in your career. How do you start something? How do you finish something? How do you get something to look good? You have to constantly find that balance. And for me, it's always been like, choose the process that's relaxing, no matter how hard the difficulty is, for the subject matter. I still start with something that's relaxing. In this case, it could be thumbnails. Next week we'll do like collages, whatever that could be. Yeah. So, yeah, because the real world is a lot harder than this, right? The collaging, mixing worlds. It's fun for this episode, but it is not something you can use all the time. It is applicable to a lot of projects, but it is not used all the time. But in terms of thumbnail stage, what I'm doing here, that is definitely usable for many, many different projects. So next week we're doing episode 81. That will be playing with scale, right? Yeah, playing with scale. So maybe we'll do a giant tree or something. And that one, maybe we'll start with some photo collage, or maybe we'll start with just values on paper, maybe black and white values that we turn to color. Who knows, right? We have to think of a process that's fun to start, to get our ideas and creativeness going, and then we can always clean them up. So now I'm doing the Japan one, just getting the major shapes to read. The point of these thumbnails is not to clean them up or get the little details in. The whole point is to get the idea down, get the mood down, get the initial lighting down. And I'm using very simplistic lighting for all three, which is just light from either left or right of camera, and a little bit of a fill light coming from the opposite side of the key light, and a little bit of backlight for the atmosphere. That's it. Very simple setup. So we're not doing any kind of like foreground lit up, background's dark, or background's lit, foreground's dark, or a light ray cutting the subject in half. Those are more difficult, and the initial idea generation phase, I tend to avoid those for now, and especially if you guys are students, because that adds another layer of difficulty. So let's do one step at a time. Get the idea down first, design it out. Once you like it, for example, if Egypt in the snow is something you like, where you've done Mayans in the snow or something like that, and then you can always do a few more thumbnails and start experimenting with more challenging lighting scenarios. Yeah, because selling the idea here, the lighting doesn't have to be there, right? In fact, you can sell this entire idea, which is line drawings, but a painting will help, right? But I don't want to push the lighting in a way that it's so difficult to do that the initial idea might even get lost in the process. So. All right, so these three thumbnails are almost complete. These are very low resolutions. This entire canvas is
See Lalrim Sangi
5,000 pixels wide.
said,
So you're looking at a
if you
painting
guys
that's
think
probably,
typing out
maybe
my name
1,200,
is long,
1,500
just call me
pixels
C.
wide, if
Because
that.
of
So
online
they're pretty low
classes, it's
resolution, and
compulsory
that's
to
good
use
because
full name in
that
our
way I can
Google
work,
account.
with
Hehe.
them without getting into super huge files and using giant brushes and stuff
Me.
like that. So they're very low.
Said,
Because I do paint them
oh
out, I need
okay.
to make sure that if you blur your eyes, the line drawing pretty much disappears. And even if you turn line drawing off, as you can see I do once in a while, I'm just checking to make sure that the shapes are reading individually and they're being divided by values and not divided because there's a line separating them. So you gotta turn the line off or just blur your eyes. Both works. So for this episode right now, you're looking at something that's being sped up about 50%. So this line phase and thumbnail phase took about 1 hour in real time, 50 minutes, something like that. You're looking at it being done in 35 minutes, so it's just a little bit, about 50% sped up. Towards the 35-minute mark, I will go into real time, in which I opened up the cleaned up version of the Egyptian ruins in the snow.
Ray, you have test next week, right? Pigeon will have test tomorrow, lol.
In terms of
Computer science as well. Let wish him WEL.
After we round up these few episodes, I think I'm not going to do all 8 scenarios, right? Because we have some that are called, like for example, art. I forgot what it's called exactly, but art movements or art languages. Another one was looking at the real world. Those are probably the slides I'll skip. So we'll end up probably doing about 5 to 6 of these before we wrap up this series, right? And that'll bring us to probably episode 86 or 85, something like that. And after that, we'll probably do a Q&A. So if you guys have questions, art related, education, whatever, design, put them in YouTube, and I'll have our staff go through them, and we'll compile and do a Q&A episode following these, right? All right, so now we are, no, this is not real time yet. This is still being sped up. So I'm just opening up those and separating them out to their own canvases. So at this point, I'm gonna work on them individually, right? I have the idea down, so I no longer need them to be on the same page, but you still can if you want. You want to keep on the same canvas, doesn't really matter. But here I'm just separating them out and resing them up to, I think 2,500. So which is half 5,000. 2,500 is enough for me to get the second stage done, which is your secondary details, your rough paints, and then for the final paint, I'll res them up to about 5,000 pixels wide. So right now they're just 2,500, and save all the files. That's 1, 2, 3, and that will conclude the fast forward phase of this segment here. So within a few seconds here, I think once we get to 35, we will go into real time. All right, let's see here. Almost a few more seconds as I save these, adjust some colors, make sure they look okay. So yep, so here we are. Here's our thumbnails and the 3 color comps in. All right, so now we're moving, no more fast forward. We are in real time now. I'm gonna open up the thumbnails that we last ended. So here they are. I haven't touched them up. They look exactly the way I ended it. So they're pretty rough, about 2,500 pixels across. But they get the mood across, they get the overall design, but nothing's really there. There's no cleanup. So what I've done is, we're gonna do one of those cooking shows. I'm gonna open up the final version of the Egypt in the snow and show you guys. So again, that step has been skipped because we have many episodes covering that type of thing. So here we are, all right? So you can see big jump, but compositionally is exactly the same. The columns, the statue, the snow mountain where they are, in the background,
Chloe
the
Cook.
pyramid behind it, all there.
Welcome to
But
my
as
channel.
I started cleaning it up,
Chloe Cook
clean, right? I threw a horizon line
said,
in there, I drew some vanishing points in there,
VASF.tech.
clean up the 1-point perspective, and that's going to start tweaking your elements. But the composition has not changed. That's always kept the same. So let's throw this to full screen so you guys can see it bigger. And zoom in here for a second. All right. All right, so you can see, right, threw in some textures, the floor. Now I want this to be really like a probably like a Tomb Raider-ish game, or one of those Just Cause or something like that. You know, the type of game where you're exploring these new locations. Not Just Cause, the one on PlayStation 3. I keep forgetting. Too many games these days for what they're called. But anyway, it's kind of like a Lara Croft type of game, right? You're exploring these ancient tombs. Yeah, so it's quite fun. So we put the lighting here coming in from the left side of camera, kind of like a high lighting, maybe 8:30, something like that, right? Pretty high angle here, shooting through, maybe 10 o'clock, and creating this nice harsh shadows on the statues and the columns, and just picking up the peaks of the pyramid. So, and you guys could download this image from my blog. I'll put it up there, as well as anywhere else we could upload this high-res image to, and grab it on my Facebook. Well, I can put it there, so you guys can get it off my Facebook account as well after this episode goes up. So yeah, so this was a fun one. You know, it took about 2.5 hours to clean this guy up. It was a lot of fun because, again, we got rid of design.
Hey everyone, this is Feng Zhu, and welcome to
Keyboard because the expensive keyboard, sometimes they get rid of the noise. This is like you press it, it makes no sound, or it makes no click. I'm like old school, man. I like keyboards.
we could recomposite that composition, such as in the second. Hey everybody, and welcome to another episode of Design Cinema. This is episode 62, real-time creature design. So let's just write that down right here, creature design. All right, so before I jump in here, let's set up some background. I think that's clean up, last highlight, and kind of showing what you think they want. Maybe I'll just take him. Okay, send out some auto. So there's nothing, just background and these things. Whenever you do something drastic, save a version of it. Okay, so now I have all these thumbnails. I'm gonna convert all these guys back to black and white. At this point, I could probably collapse everybody. Right now, they're all individual layers, as you can see. But I think I could probably collapse them. I think I'll do that, right? The reference one, since I already saved the image, I don't need this no more. So I'm gonna nuke that. The nodes, I don't need that. I'm gonna nuke that. The nodes, okay, nuke that. All right, so I'm gonna select these 18 thumbnails and collapse them all. Here we go. Boink. Okay, so now they're collapsed. Now I'm gonna get rid of the red color. The red is just a personal thing. I mentioned this before. So exactly like what we used to do with markers, and this will kind of extract the drawings out slightly. So let me move. Move this out of the way, and let's do that in real time real fast. Okay, here I don't even need to zoom in. I just leave it right. Let me get it so I can see everything at one time. Okay, that's pretty good. With the recording software going, things are a little bit laggy. So anyways, let's throw that in. Okay, so throw a little bit of value. Sometimes even throw a little bit of shadow in there. Okay, put that guy in. Move on to this guy. Pretty quick process here because we are dealing with thumbnails here. These are not final drawings of any sort. They're meant to be quick. They're thinking process drawings. So let me zoom in one more so it's nice and clear. Photoshop, if you're not at a certain kind of zoom level, it makes your image blurry. So generally 33, 50, 66, and 100, the images come out very, very clear. When you kind of do a weird percentage, sometimes it's blurry. So. Alright, so here we go. I'm putting some grays, just a great big fat marker, and just blocking these guys in. Right, because we're gonna have two presentations. One is this presentation, which just shows the thumbnails off. The other one will be like, whoa, my Wacom pen hit a wire. Hold on a second. Okay, there we go. The other presentation is we're gonna extract some of these and make them look a little bit better. So it's almost like if we don't show all these to a client, say you're freelancing, we only want to show a certain amount of them, say maybe 5 of them. Kind of like the spaceship one, where from episode 75, we only showed, I think, 5, if I recall. Same thing here, and we'll go through that process of selecting which 5 do we do. Okay, because when you're working freelance, you don't have an art director telling you which one you're gonna use, right? You do these 18 thumbnails, you have to narrow that down yourself to the 5 or 3 or whatever amount you want to show. In-house, you can have the art director make that decision for you. They'll be like, okay, this one, that one. But yeah, freelancing, you have to self-art direct. Most freelancers are art directors anyways by themselves because you have to make these choices that usually someone will make for you in-house. So I've done freelance pretty much my entire career, so it's always just been like you get used to picking stuff, and you kind of have to know the clients, and that's what part 1 was about. You pick things that you think they're gonna like from your batch of thumbnails. Okay. This guy, the Ligan. Okay, Ligan. This is the Dinogan. Okay, here's the Cenogan, the Centipede Dragon. All right, put some shadow on there. This is the sad guy. He's like, I'm so sad. Okay. Look at his eyes. He's like, oh, I'm so sad. Okay. This guy already put some gray on him. Bird, crazy dude. Okay. The Canary-gan. Here's my rodent. Ferret dragon. What's that movie with the ferret? Beastmaster, right? HBO. Stands for HBO. Remember, they used to show Beastmasters all the time. So it became like, oh, Beastmaster's on. Alright. Alright, so that's good enough for marker pass. Did I miss anybody? I think I missed that guy. Put that guy there. Alright, good. So now I'm going to do another layer so you can see that's marker. And then we'll call that guy highlight. And this one we use white. So boink. Let's hide that. And now we're going to pull out with the white highlight. Now I'm not going to do this for everybody. I'm going to do this for designs I already like. So we don't show off everyone with this white because now I'm going to call attention. by doing this. So let's call attention, for example, this generic dragon here, right? That's our client safe generic dragon you see in every video game. So let's put some white on that, so that way we have our base covered with our safe generic dragon. And now let's go do something that I like. I really like this guy, even though he was a filler design. This guy was not part of the original pack. He is just a bonus, but I sort of like the way he looks. Sometimes you get the coolest designs by messing around, by doing things that you didn't even plan for. Sometimes it doesn't work, sometimes it works. All right, so that's our dino guy. What else do I like? I think I like my ferret dude here, ferret dragon. Right, the reason why I don't want to pull everyone out with the white highlight is because then you overwhelm your audience. Even though we're showing, we're already overwhelming your eyes. There are 18 thumbnails on this page. There's a lot of information for someone to absorb. So you want to make that a nice experience when they first see it. So they go, okay, thumbnails. And by doing some markers on some, doing some highlights on others, you're starting to build up the viewing, which we call it water, when they look at it, right? They'll generally look at the stuff that has the highest contrast. In this case, the stuff with the white highlights on, hopefully they'll look first, and then they'll go to the ones that doesn't have the highlights, and those become secondary reads. So you're already kind of creating a hierarchy of readability. My centipede dragon is going to get a little bit of highlight. I like the way his neck looks. Okay, I think that's about good, I think, for the number of highlights. Let's see. Yeah, I think it's alright. Threw on some of these guys. You can see I skip a bunch of these guys. I skip a lot of these because I just find them to be pretty boring. I'll put in my wrath dragon here. I'm also using this to balance the composition a little bit because rat dragon here is on the left side of the page. By using him, I can balance out this side of the page, and I have this long tail on this side here. So these guys can make a nice counterbalance to each other. Okay, and notice the composition, the way it's put. Okay, this is something that you can see. The upper left dragon is looking this way, upper right dragon is looking that way, lower left is looking this way, lower right is looking that way. So these guys crisscross each other in composition. So on the eyeball, and this guy's boom, right in the center. So now it's very comfortable. So this is things your clients may not even know they're looking at, right? But it just feels more comfortable when you arrange the page that way. And I actually drew the thumbnails in that water. Like when I drew these guys, I faced them in the water on purpose. So it wasn't a coincidence or anything like that. Okay, so that just comes from presenting for years and years and years. You learn certain things look good when you arrange in a certain way. Okay, so that's that. Okay, so let's see, our highlights done. Now let's pick some that we're gonna extract for presentation, right? So this will be one of the presentation. Let's do the 5 that we're gonna show. So let me take a pen here and select. Remember, we have 3 groups. We have one group here, we have one group here, and we have one more group here. So I need at least 3. Okay, I need 3, hopefully 2 from here. Why? Because this is the client safe. Remember, this is the client safe area. So these are things that's most likely what they want in the first place, which is a standard European influence dragon. So I probably want to get 2 from here and 1 or 2 from one of these sets, ending up with 5 total, right? So 2 here, 1, and then 1 more from one of these groups. So I think from here, this guy is like super generic. So let's take him. Okay. Man, they're so generic looking. Maybe I'll take this dude here. Horse guy is a little risky. I almost feel like he belongs in the second section here, which is this thing. This guy is safe. This guy is pretty safe as well for a dragon. This guy is actually pretty safe as well. Let's see here. So now I'm looking at design. Right? I'm looking at, is there a big difference between this guy and that guy? What's the biggest difference here? This guy, or this guy to that guy? I'm gonna pick the one that has the most difference between these. So, but this is a different design direction. So they are different, but I don't like the direction. So here it comes down to these 2. Do I use that or do I use that? And I think, let's see, these guys have the exact same bodies. If you look at the body type, this guy is skinnier. So for now, let's just pick rat dragon. Okay. Now let's go to here. Now I have to think like a client. Okay, now I have to be like, okay, now I'm starting to go into risky grounds here. These are not things they're expecting. They're expecting this dragon to come back. Now we're getting funky bird dragons. What do you pick that you think they might like, even though it's outside of the initial spec? For example, if I throw this in, I don't know, man. It's really high risk, this long thing. It's so different in terms of body type. they're all a little risky. I think this guy is less risky. He's almost a dragon with wings, but it's a little bit more boring. Um, Ligon here is very risky. He's actually part of the third group. My second group is actually these guys right here. These right here, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that guy is a go. Let's see if we could pick one from the last group here. I actually really like this dude, even though he's the filler art. I'm gonna put him in here for now. So now I have 4. Let's just call him as the high risk kitchen sink zone, the number 3 one. I like my ferret dragon. He's not very powerful. Depending on what the client wants to use this guy for. If this is a dragon that's attacking players, this guy looks like he's a little weak. He looks like a friendly looking dude. Sinner dragon is kind of nice, maybe. Very risky. 6-leg thing, very, very risky. Yeah, see, these things are not looking like dragons. Maybe I'll just do the this guy here. Okay, so we have 2 generic dragons here. We have somewhere in the middle feathered generic dragon. Then we have a kind of a griffin thing. I'm not sure about this guy actually. I'm not sure about this guy. This guy is very, very different. Let's hold on this guy for a second here. And tough choice, huh? So these are the things you gotta go through as a freelancer. I run through this all the time. Like you do a bunch of thumbnails, you have to narrow it down, and the clients actually never see the rest of them. Sometimes they'll ask for it, but most of the time they'll never see the rest. So let's see. Because all of this is done for you to narrow things down for yourself. That you're trying to be in the brain of the clients and kind of showing what you think they want. Maybe I'll just go this dude. This guy's kind of nice. See these guys are pretty much the same posture wise. This guy's cooler because of his longer tail. I think sad guy because he's too sad looking. I'll skip him. He's too crazy. Yeah, looks like I'm starting to come down to this guy here. Okay, this long neck version with a skinny body. He's kind of similar though. Now I'm looking at these guys are kind of similar, so I'm not digging that actually. Alright, I'm gonna go for Ferret Dragon then. Alright, let's go for it. Ferret Dragon is very different than the rest of them. The little skinny dude. So those are the 5 that I will extract out for a slightly better drawing presentation. I might change my mind. I don't know. I'm doing this in real time right now. But what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna cut this video out and select those layers and rearrange the page. That I think you guys don't need to see because it's just pretty busy work. And I'll just finish them off slightly and we'll come back to show you what those look like. Okay, so let me hold the video short here and I'll be back in a few minutes or 1 second for you guys. Okay. Alright, I am back. It's been 1 second for you guys and over an hour for me. So let's open up the last file that we are at, which is this one here. Alright, so here we have all the thumbnails. So what I did is I took the 5 that we've selected and brought them into a new file here. So let's open that up. So right now it's blank. So let me just leave this one here for now. Let's see here. Okay, let's leave that there. And we'll go back to this one here. And here is the line drawing from those. Slightly cleaned up. I didn't have a lot of time to get these all completed. So I mean, I only have about an hour or so to bring them to an okay stage. Now I'll show you guys a little bit later what a presentation should look like, at least the kind of quality that I generally do when working on these for reals. This is a demo, so a little bit quicker. But in any case, the line drawing got cleaned up a little bit from these thumbnails here. So let me just put in all the steps here. So I added a gradient, added a background plate. Again, very quick stuff here. A drop shadow indication, some early textures, some highlighting, bounce light, more highlights, a little bit of graphic design, make the tail read. I think that's clean up, last highlights and notes, and that's it. You know, very simple. This is sort of, I try to keep it looking similar to episode 75 of the spaceships, so these guys could all go to the same set in that case. So yeah, so that's what these that we selected from the previous 5 became these 5 guys. And to continue from where we left off in terms of part 1, if this is a client type of picking situation, this, I think in my opinion, will have a very high, let me switch to a marker here. This will have a very high chance of being picked if these are the 5 being offered. Of course, in the day, if this is for reals, I could probably pull off about maybe 2 more pages of this in a day. So we'll have other designs as well. So who knows what will come out. But yeah, so we include a generic version. This is generic. This is somewhat generic as well. and then you got these three over here that are kind of hanging out. Now notice the size that I presented these guys in. I put the generic one in the most ideal spot. This guy is nice and big on the page. It's probably the biggest drawing on the page. Therefore, you're getting that as your first read. His better drawing presentation. If the so let me just putting all the steps here. So I added a gradient, added a background plate. Again, very quick stuff here. Here, a drop shadow indication, some early textures, some highlighting, bounce light, more highlights, a little bit of graphic design, make the tail read. I think that's clean up, last highlights, and notes. And that's it. Very simple. This is sort of, I try to keep it looking similar to episode 75 of the spaceships. So these guys could all go to the same set in that case. So yeah, so that's what these that we selected from the previous five became these five guys. And to continue from where we left off in terms of part one, if this is a client type of picking situation, this, I think in my opinion, will have a very high, let me switch to a marker here. This will have a very high chance of being picked if these are the five being offered. Of course, in the day, if this is for reals, I could probably pull off about maybe 2 more pages of this in a day. So we'll have other designs as well. So who knows what will come out. But yeah, so we include the generic version. This is generic. This is somewhat generic as well. And then you got these three over here that are kind of hanging out. Now notice the size that I presented these guys in. I put the generic one in the most ideal spot. This guy is nice and big on the page. It's probably the biggest drawing on the page. Therefore, you're getting that as your first read. His pose is also quite aggressive, and it's on the top part of the page. So for most viewers, this will be a first read. This will probably most likely be the second read. And this is my kind of weird looking one. I do like it, and I want the clients to pay attention to it. They might not pick it, but it'll be like, okay, you explored directions, right? You explore something that wasn't quite a generic dragon, so this looks kind of interesting. Maybe we'll like it, maybe we don't, but I do want them to see it. And then these three over here are your kind of the support designs. If they don't like these guys, maybe we have a chance with these, but who knows? The design world is tricky. We could submit 5 of these in a day, maybe 15 of these, and they all get rejected. But some will have feedback, then we'll refine. Some designs get hit from the first pass. Some will take a month before the design gets picked. So it all depends on what kind of project you're working on. Let me show you something that's a little bit more interesting as well. So the finishing level, I opened these files to show you. So ideally, I would like to finish them to more of these kind of levels in which we throw a little bit of texture on there. These don't take that much more time. You can see the line drawing for this. These are class demos from school. But anyways, to get to this stage requires about another hour and a half, maybe something like that, to get to this stage in which you have to throw some photo textures on there, add a little bit of color. Nothing too fancy, right? These are similar as well. You can see these all started with the same line drawing. In terms of quality, that line drawing for these mechs are pretty much the same as these dragons over here. It just requires a little bit more time to get some of the photo textures in here to read. Let's close this one. This is a rebel mech. Okay, all right. So here's some more some dudes. All right. So line drawing is not showing here, but the texture work is there. And here's a chicken. This one's really similar to what we just worked on. You can see to get this kind of stuff into this stage, yeah, about an hour's work, which is getting rid of the line drawings. You can see the line drawing for the chickens is right here. And then yeah, to get rid of the line drawing requires us to do a little bit of value painting and to clean certain edges up to get the edge control back. But that's just time. Difficulty wise is not extremely hard. So yeah, if given enough time, I love to present these dragons in this kind of style. which would be more appropriate, I think, for especially for freelance type of work. All right, so let me close that up. So, oh, and I'll show you guys something else that's quite fun. These dragons were done about 11 years ago, and some of the ideas you can see actually found itself back into. Oh, sorry about that. The mic cut out, so hopefully it'll be working here again. The mic turned itself off. So anyways, I was saying these designs are done 11 years ago, actually. 11? Yeah, about 11 years ago. Has found its way back to some of the thumbnails I just did. So let me open these up. Thought you guys might like seeing these. Again, really, really old dragon drawings from 2003. So you can see here's a generic version. This guy is not so hot. This guy, you can see some crazy versions I tried. These were for the first Guild Wars. Actually, very early, very early versions of Guild Wars stuff. This is when ArenaNet was still, I think, just freshly bought from NCSoft. So we're just exploring some design directions for the game Guild Wars. That's why it says GW down here in the corner here. So you can see the crazy six-legged. This was like a crazy lizard, fast-walking dragon. So let's kill that guy. Here's one with a ginormous stone head with giant claws. Let's see here. This is my raptor one. I kind of always like this guy, you know, like the body is built like a raptor, so it's really fast and it's kind of crazy. It's got a little short little arm, so he runs and then starts taking off and flies, and then swoops down and then runs again. So it's got this quick, crazy kind of motion there. Here's a giant lizard version. So yeah, some of this stuff, some of this spinal cord type of things were these plates actually reused 11 years later in the drawings I just did for you guys. So because I always like these kind of things, these iguana type of skin flaps, right? Fun for animators, I'm sure, to simulate as well. So there's that. This is a six-legged dragon again, which I just did another version of. And in this one, I removed the tail, trying to make a version kind of like with really big wings. Therefore, maybe it does not need a counterbalance weight for the tail. I thought it would look pretty cool as a silhouette for a dragon that lacks a tail and just kind of like a stubby looking thing. From top view, of course, this dragon will look something like that. All right, so the wings do take up the space in the back here, but it doesn't have this little tail. I thought that'd be quite interesting, but you know, you try different things. In the last one, I think here, wait, there should be one more. I'll open that up. So this is my generic one as well. This one's a little bit stone based, but the body language is very generic, kind of like this guy over here. Let's take that. There should be one more here. Let me see where to go. The skeleton version. Oh, there it is. Let's open that up. So yeah, part of the same batch is also for Guild Wars. This is a little bit later on. This is actually for the game production at this stage. So I think Guild Wars needed some skeletal dragons or something like that. So these were done for the game. You see some, and you can see the body build out is generic dragon, because Guild Wars the dragons pretty much looks like a dragon. So for the skeletons we stuck with traditional body form, so they're not any different. But they do have these giant spikes and these kind of things on their heads. But in terms of proportions and body, they follow traditional dragon forms. So anyways, thought you guys might like these kind of things since we're on the topic of dragons. All right, so let's go back to this. Let's just do a quick wrap up before we end this episode. So yeah, here's our thumbnails that we started this episode with. Give you guys, give this a try. It's really fun. Again, the importance of thumbnails from episode 75, is that it helps us think. It helps us plan things out. It's very useful to have in the production pipeline versus just jumping in and drawing straight. But of course, some projects you don't want to do thumbnails. Some project is good to jump in straight. Just depends on what you prefer and also the type of project you're on. Those generally require a lot more feedback, a lot more exploration. Thumbnails help quite a bit. And so then we took these thumbnails and brought in our favorites and bring it up to a higher level for client presentation. This is what we call level 1 presentation. So stages like this, the finished work is generally not that refined. Again, refer to like the chicken stuff, right? It'll be something like this, but even this doesn't take that long. This takes about maybe hour and a half, 2 hours to finish. So that way these concepts could be rejected without that much time being wasted. So you don't have to, in general, we don't make this kind of early concept stuff very polished, because the chance of rejection is extremely high. I mean, you probably got a 10% chance of things making it in. So for every 100 drawings you do, 10 of them makes into the production. So you don't want to waste 2 days per drawing. Otherwise, just for the 100 drawings, you'll be talking about a year or something crazy like that. So you do these fairly quick. So, anyways, hope you guys enjoyed this episode. I don't know if I'll do another soft surface one for next week or we jump to something new. I'm not sure yet. Continue asking us questions because I do need to get to a Q&A session with you guys, I think, pretty soon, which will be quite fun. Let's see, anything else? I think that's about it. For those who are in Singapore, we have a graduation show coming up on October 10th. So if you can make it, I'll be there. All our students are going to be there, and it's going to be some really good work on the wall as well. So, all right, until then, thank you again for watching, and I will see you guys in episode 77. All right, until then, talk to you guys soon. Bye-bye. Hey everybody, and welcome to another episode of Design Cinema. This is Fein Zhu speaking, and this is episode 76, the continuation of thumbnails from episode 75. Except I'll be breaking this episode into two parts. Part 1 is going to be pretty academic, as you will see. It might even put some of you guys to sleep. There's going to be a lot of text going on the screen. And then part 2, which will be uploaded shortly, will cover the whole drawing thing, very similar to episode 75. The reason I wanted to do this is because I want to cover a topic that I don't think I've discussed in Design Cinema, which is let me try on the title here, the business behind the design. Because what we do is not simply just drawing a bunch of stuff on a screen. We kind of have to think about what goes on behind the production, the pipeline. What influences design? What does a market do? What does the clients want? And all that stuff, as a designer, we should understand. So I'll take this episode to go through some of those stages. Part of it will be design talking, and the other part will be sort of the business behind the design influences and how that impacts what we actually sketch. This is especially important for those who are maybe younger or students who have not entered the industry, have not experienced what happens behind the scenes, because it's very easy to criticize designs from the outside, right? By the way, this is going to be real time. Okay, this video is real time. There's no fast forward. But like I was saying, it's very easy to criticize when the game comes out, and sometimes we read reviews and you'll say like, "Oh man, this design's kind of generic. How come they didn't make these decisions?" Well, maybe this episode will shed some light into that area. So I'm gonna do a dragon, which I mentioned, a kind of a dragon design for a high fantasy RPG. Okay, that's gonna be my base. Let's say the clients come to us and that's what they want. Well, before we even start with thumbnailing, let's discuss this entire thinking pipeline. Okay, and it's all about understanding a subject matter, which is this area that I have highlighted here, and later understanding of the clients and what their needs are in terms of budgets and production cost. Okay, so I'm going to break this down into three parts. This part I'm going to call it the before. The before is going to be the cultural history. We are dealing with a mythological creature, a dragon. And this creature happened to be very strong in terms of its cultural influence. Most people know what a dragon somehow looks like, right? And there's two types. We have the European origin type of dragons, the Draco, which generally looks like a lizard. It's got bat wings, it's got 4 legs, usually breathe fire or poison or something of that sort, and it likes to guard treasure, okay, and flies. Now, of course, this is not everything in terms of the mythological dragon, but it is a kind of standard type of dragon that the general population or pop culture is familiar with. And here are some reference images for those types of dragons, right? Medieval sculptures. This is all originated from European areas. Now, there's another heavy influence of dragons, and that comes from Asia. And the Asian dragon is a little bit different. It has no wings usually. It's snake-based, so it's very long and skinny. It also flies, but without wings. It kind of just hovers. It also sort of stands for luck and being strong, being powerful, versus the European dragon has those traits, but sometimes it's seen as, a bad guy, versus the Asian dragon, most time it's seen as a good creature. It also has a yin and yang factor to it, which is the dragon on one side and the phoenix on the other. it also comes in other forms besides reptile. It has sometimes you see them in turtle form, sometimes you see it in fish form. So let's load up some of the references for that. And you can see here some sculptures representing Asian-based dragons. Okay, so this is not all the influence. Obviously, I'm doing a very quick summary of the type of design influences that are out there in terms of cultural history. And as a designer, if you don't understand the subject, you should always spend a little bit of time to look into it. Wikipedia nowadays is very, very helpful for this kind of stuff. So as a designer, you're not going into the design blind, right? You kind of know, okay, where the culture from, because we are dealing with a RPG game here. That means for popular culture, this game has to set a certain kind of language across, and I'll hit that a little bit later in terms of what that means. Okay, so let's put a little divide line here, and now we go to part 2, what I call now. So this is going to be products that exist today. Doink, let's turn that on. Existing products, but in context. Okay, I just mentioned earlier, in context means we are being asked by a video game client, in this case, to design a dragon. It's not for a TV commercial. It is not for, say, a kid's Saturday morning cartoon. It's not a toy. It is not a like a really strange commercial where you have like tissue boxes that fly around like dragons or something, right? So it's for a video game, and there's certain kind of context. So we're going to be looking at titles of products within that context, and I listed a few here.
Said,
here's some games like Skyrim,
okay, I'm gonna end the stream here. I don't know what to draw next now. Thanks for being here with me. It's a good stream.
Dark Eye, Divinity, which is also I think German-based as well. I'm not sure, but Eastern European, I think. I think there are dragons in Diablo, Fable series, Dark Souls, which I haven't played much, but I think there are dragons in there. And then there's some movies here, such as The Lord of the Rings, Dragonheart, which is quite old. That's the one with Sean Connery in it. Ring of Fire, which has a really cool fire-breathing dragon, and Harry Potter had a pretty nice-looking dragon in there as well. Okay, so these are some of the titles, and these are things that as a designer you should also be familiar with. Take a look at what they have done, see what these products have achieved in terms of what they do for animation, for textures, for the scale. These are things that you sort of know, so one, you could avoid drawing the same thing, and two, you want to bring all that cultural maybe perhaps into your design, which again we'll get to shortly what that means. Okay, now the other part of now is references. Okay?
See Lalring
I
Sangi
like to have references from the real
said,
world as opposed to
okay,
other people's
bye.
concept art. I tend not to look at other people's drawings because somehow that always works